What's up, Gaming Master? Also, I think donations finally work properly. What's up, Lavender Town? Oh yeah, I need to put your name up here, actually. I'm gonna go do that real fast. What's up, Fazbear? Wait, Faz Kitten Studios? Kamikaze? What's up, Thomas? Ash? What's up, deleted user? It has been some time. Aren't you a $10 Patreon member? Right? I think. Yeah. Alright. Wait a minute, I am so confused. Okay, I guess if you both have the same name, then... Oops. Oh, frick. Oops. Oh, frick. I did not mean to do that. There you go. Town. Oh god. Well, maybe. What's up, Raffi? Flamesword? Lightning Sam? You are welcome. If anybody wants to have their name in the world, you can do it based off that beacon. It's $1 for the bottom, $3, $5, $7, and then $10. Or if you want your name actually like in the world, like literally in the world, then like these people, then you can do the legacy. What if the world gets corrupted? Eric, I have backups. Don't worry. I actually just backed it up again today, so I'm good for now. Also welcome as well. Yeah. So I have online storage and I have backups, so I'm good. Because I just, for some reason, I just got online on PS4, so. Alright, see if I was kitten. This takes so long to get anywhere. Oh well, it's gonna get actually. Oh my god, there's so many dolphins. Oh my god. This is insane. I'm not backing up every time in stream. That's a lot of backups. I'll back up like a month, every month, or like maybe weekly, but I'm not backing up every day. Weekly is about as far as I'm gonna go, to be honest with you. I'm fine if I lose a week. If somehow my thing actually gets completely corrupted. Which is practically impossible if I have, That's practically impossible because I have online storage, so if my PS4 somehow just dies, I can get a new one and just log back in. And then just get the storage back. I may stream at 9:30. Back to 9:30. At least try to. What's up, Mr. Yellow? The reason why there's so many is because that's the only place they can spawn. Is this one strip of land, or at least that is near me at least. That's the only deep ocean. That's the only deep ocean area where they can spawn a bunch in. Jeez. The fact that you can make a noun with 1,000 letters is just insane with German. What's up, Pope? Also, donations I think work. I think. I don't quote me on that one, but they may work. I think I fixed them. So yeah. I don't know what happens if you try to donate if you do super chat, or I don't know if you get the option of doing regular donations or super chat, but I guess that's the thing. I hope nothing. I hope it works, but I'm not certain on it. I've had problems with the donation system in the past, so, or at least the alert system. Oh, what's up, Cup Car? It's called Pick Block. You press up on the D-pad. I don't know if you can do it in PC, but I know you can do it on console. So Cam. God dang it. Oh, okay. Good to know. Seriously. Doing pretty well, Cam. So RC. Thank you, Cam. That time lapse is kind of a pain to make, not gonna lie. Downloading all these videos is gonna be so or not difficult, it's just gonna be so lengthy of a time lapse. Just gathering all the information is gonna take a while. It's very slow. This is quite a bit faster. I can utilize speed 2 quicker. This is faster actually than doing it that way. Like watch, the only way I'm gonna be able to do that is when I do the Nether. That's the only exception, is gonna be the Nether. You know, not gonna lie, actually most of the sand came from the second side of the world. Not even from the first side. I mean, obviously a decent amount came from the first side, obviously, but the other side, a lot of it actually came from the other side, more than people probably realize. Like part of it's already gone, like part of the desert's already gone. Like if I try it like this, look how slow this is. I mean, I guess if you do it like this, but this is still too slow on its own. Like this is too slow. Look how long it takes instead of just going down here. Wow, how deep is this? Holy Jesus. 24? I think this is actually the deepest part of my ocean right here. Y level 24. I could be wrong about that, but I think this is the deepest part of my ocean. Like literally the deepest part of the ocean is the very edge of your very edge of the world. Nah, it's definitely slower. It's definitely slower. Trust me on that one. This is so much faster. Like, compare this, do this. Doing this versus doing this. Do you see the difference? Do you see why this is faster? This is so much faster. It's a little messier, don't get me wrong, but my god, it is so much faster. Trust me, I've literally tried any method. Pretty much I've perfected every method, to be honest with you. You can suggest anything. I pretty much perfected this project. It took over 2 years, but I've perfected this project. Like, this project, the way I'm doing it is basically infallible. No suggestion is faster than this. Also, it's glitching. God dang it. I hate this glitch. A bit faster? It's so much faster. Like, I don't think you guys actually realize how fast this actually, comparatively, how much faster it is. I will do sponges later. It's much faster. Okay, I'll tell you why it's actually slower. It's the time from going down to up. Look how, okay, look at this. There's no break. There's no break between when I place a block. Think about that. There's no block. When compared to doing this. Okay, wait, do this. Once you go down, this is fast, right? But this is technically faster. But I have to go all the way down and do this. This is quite a bit faster. Overall, it's all about overall speed. It's a consistent speed. You need consistent speed. Even if there's a method that's technically faster, this is a more consistent speed. Like mining 2 layers. Mining 2 layers is probably faster short term, but in terms of long term, it's faster going 1 layer. Mining 1 layer at a time. Like I'm telling you, I've literally, any suggestion on this project, pretty much, I can debunk. Pretty much. Because I've tested everything. It's not like I haven't tested everything. I've tested literally everything, honestly. Trust me, like this entire world is basically a science experiment for these methods. I don't plan a lot of things on this project. This project I've literally just perfected just based off of trial and error. Don't get me wrong, this is still not the easiest thing in the world to do. Like doing it from up here is actually the fastest way to do it. It's also okay if I didn't have speed 2, the other method would be faster, to be honest with you, but I have speed 2 with me, so I can go very quickly. Yeah, consistency always wins. Just like TNT. TNT, at least off a short burst, could be faster than mining. But don't forget, it takes a lot of preparation. It's not as consistent as mining is. Mining, you could do a lot more over long periods of time compared to TNT. It's the same thing. Well, I'm not gonna do a flying machine because that's kind of cheap, to be honest with you. Also, I don't think the PS4 can even handle a flying machine, to be honest with you as well. Also, yes, TNT can't blow up water. People need to remember there's lava in TNT and there's lava and water in this one. You can't just blow up everything, expect everything to be gone. And for somebody who isn't detail oriented whatsoever, even I know that. So it's like, even other people should think about something like that, to be honest. You can't blow up water. Like, no matter what, this is gonna take, depending on your world, like, obviously, depending on how much water you have in your world, it's still gonna be kind of crazy. Yeah, mining out the wall, not blowing it up. TNT is very overrated, actually. Don't get me wrong, TNT is satisfying. Like, don't get me wrong about that. Honestly, I find mining more satisfying, in my opinion. Mining large layers or large mountains and stuff like that, that is very satisfying to do. I'd argue more than TNT. Obviously, it's a little bit harder to get efficiency 5 on breaking 3 with a full powered beacon to do something like that, don't get me wrong. But it's so worth it. I will never use TNT. I've used 2 pieces of TNT technically in this world, that's it. Oh yeah, makes sense. Water is pretty OP, not gonna lie, in Minecraft. And annoying at the exact same time. I could probably do 2B22, that would be interesting. I've always been fascinated by 2B2T. I don't know about that though. Alright, see a flame sword. Yes. It's definitely way more tedious, because you have to get rid of all, you have to place all the sand. It's more satisfying, don't get me wrong, but it's still more tedious because you have to get rid of, you have to place all the sand first and then use sponges to get rid of the water. And then you have to get rid of the sand afterwards. What? Oh, okay. That was weird. Dang, okay. I would argue water, I wouldn't say it's underrated in PvP. It's used quite often, but it's still very overpowered. Maybe not overpowered, but it is very incredibly, insanely useful. Alright, see you, my dog. Likes noodles. Except Snowceopath. Why do you have to wait 4 hours to get into 2B2T? I really didn't think there was a limit. Because you kind of have to clear it out with sand. Because if you try to use anything else, because I have to section off the world with sand to, or section off the section of water to place sponges down correctly so it doesn't just keep reforming source blocks. Rip. That's kind of crazy, actually. A compilation of me yawning. That's pretty insane. I knew 2B2T was popular. I didn't know it was that popular, though. God, a priority takes 2 hours? That's kind of insane. A priority queue? Whatever it's called. What's up, John? Wait a minute, what about people? Do you only have a limited amount of time in your world or something like that? Like, do you only have a limited amount of time in the world that you can spend? Because how can they recycle stuff if everybody stayed in the world, or at least a lot of people stayed in the world? I know people die in that world constantly, but still. No, I mean like, if you stayed in the world, like you were in the world, right? How long can you be in that world? Can you stay in there technically forever? Dying doesn't kick you out, makes sense. Okay, oh, okay. Okay. Um, okay. Um, these sections, I know these are gonna take a while to do, to be honest with you. I knew these were gonna take a while, but dang. Oh yeah, definitely. That'd be pretty funny. They should honestly make it like that. It'd be kind of funny thing to do though. If they made it where if you die. So Austin. What's up, Drew? Oh, it's close. Move that away. Oh my god, I have so many ink sacks. Jesus. I need to get rid of more of them. Dude, can you imagine the squid farm I can make with this though in the future? Makes sense. They have servers like that, to be honest. It's a pie guy. And pie man. Alright, almost 300. Pretty sick, not gonna lie, that I'm almost done with this already. Something ravioli. Ink sacks for like wool. I think you can use them for wool and other stuff like that. You know what I want to do? I want to build my banner in this world in the future, like after the overworld, or maybe even after everything. Honestly, I kind of want to build my banner. Figure out what wool I should use and stuff like that. It'd be kind of a sick banner to make. It'd be really difficult, but if it's a small version of my banner, I could put it on the wall or something. Yeah, black dye, there it is. I was thinking a little bit too far ahead. Dasani water is okay, but the funny thing, you know what the funny thing is? They actually put a little bit of salt in water bottles to make you go drink more, which is weird. So Blasian, should we make an FAQ for sand for every section of my project? That would be cool. I don't know what to rant about with ranting. I forgot what I was mentioning. I completely forgot. It's gonna be a while till we actually. No, you're good, don't worry. It's kind of funny that we mentioned it. No, he means like this. This. That kind of stuff. This is so much faster. Like doing the way I'm doing it, this is just generally slower. I mean, yes, it's easier, but it's just slower. Because it's this time, even if I go from top to bottom, like going from this part and up, it's still slower because it takes time to go back down, especially since it's a deep ocean. It may change if it was a shallower ocean, but since this is a deep ocean, it's so much slower in general. I mean, this is technically faster. Like, this movement right here is faster. What do you mean? Why don't you just fill up the sand wall from the top instead of swimming down? I have no idea what you mean by that. Like, this is technically faster by, speed-wise, but it's not consistent. It's not consistent enough. I mean, somebody could prove me wrong if they do, like, a video on it or something like that. You could do it. But I am fairly certain this is just more consistent and quicker in general over long periods of time. Alright, see ya, Cam. Like, I don't know what you mean, Gaming Master. Like, I really don't know what you mean. Definitely not. I mean, I could time it. Give me a second. I have an idea. This may not be the most consistent time, but this may be one of the most consistent ways to time it. I may not speak either if I do this, just saying, if I do it. Alright, let's go and time it. Let's see if the method I'm doing is actually faster. Good thing I have that timer. Obviously, we have to count for my errors and stuff like that as well, so. Like these errors I'm making right now. We gotta account for those errors as well, which I'm probably gonna make errors on both sides, but whatever. Did you know if I spent 8 hours a day on this every single day, not counting this section, I could finish this entire project in like 7 months? But do mind you, that's 8 hours a day. Every single day. What's up, Emerald? Is everywhere. Alright. Alright, let's time this real fast just to see if that method actually is faster. I'm gonna go grab some more sand so I can do this easier. I do have a pretty good trigger finger now, to be honest with you. From doing this. I don't even have to play an FPS game to get a good trigger finger from doing this. Like, I don't arguably have a better trigger finger than all my friends, and they all play FPS games, so. And I play Osu Mania, and I play stuff like that, so I have a pretty fast reaction time to stuff like that. Alright, let's see. Where's the timer at? I need to reset the timer, actually. RIP. This is what the timer was at originally. Somewhere. Oh shoot, wait, I forgot to add the timer. Whatever, I'll time it myself actually. Screw it. The sugar finger is index most of the time. Alright, so you won't be able to see it, but I'll just time it myself. Alright, let's do this. I won't be able to see the chat often. Oh, nice. It can be middle. Middle works. I've done middle when placing blocks. Okay, let's do this. Wait till it starts. Okay, let's do it. I can't go too fast though. This may be kind of satisfying hearing the trigger. This is impossible on PC. I can do butterfly clicks. Shoot, messed up. Do mind you, there's no feedback on this controller, so I can't bounce the controllers, the triggers. God dang it. This is a lot more painful, I'll just say that much right now. Just in general. Oh my god, I'm only halfway. Like, even the fastest possible way down. Isn't butterfly click where you like spread your fingers out and use your index without moving your wrists or something like that? Pretty sure that's what that is. Like you spread your fingers out. Shoot. Yeah, no. That's way too slow. This isn't creative. This is legacy, Pierce. Oh. I could probably do that, to be honest with you. I don't know how comfortable I'd be doing it, because it doesn't, I don't think that would be super comfortable, but, oh, no, 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 I know what that is, never mind, I've done that before. I don't really feel comfortable doing it, I'd rather just do one finger, because I can do it very quick just with one finger. I've done almost 16 CPS, I've done 15.6, I think, it's very quick. I think it's one of the fastest clicks per second I've ever done was 15.6. Obviously, there's a limit to how fast your muscle fibers can twitch. It's been 4 minutes. So, Eudemus. There's probably a faster way I can click. I could probably use both fingers to increase it, but I'm not too sure. Is butterfly the fastest clicking method, or is it just preference? Oh my god, I still have... What's up, Sleep Demon? The time lapse is coming out, I don't know, a week or so, probably a week. I don't know. It depends on how fast I can get these videos downloaded. Rip. What's up, cool boy? It's been pretty well. Drag clicking. Okay, I think I've heard of drag clicking. I've heard of drag clicking. I don't know that much about it, but I know it is very quick. I just don't know how reliable it is, to be honest with you. Because how is drag click? No, never mind. I've seen drag clicking. Honestly, I think butterfly could be quickest. RC. I've never started a timer on the horizontal one. I've never started a timer. This is the first timer I started. We're at 6:41. I know you can't drag controller. Oops. Oh shoot. Well, I'm gonna have to deduct 15 seconds from my stupidity. Just not paying attention because of the chat. freaking Christ. Do 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 7:45. Just do 7:45. Round it. It's pretty much 7:45. I really don't know. It was more like 6:57, but I'm gonna go with 7:45. Remember that number. What's up, Dark? Alright. Nope, next one. Next method. I have... Oh wait, you were talking to Pi. Okay, 7:45. Remember that number. Alright, I didn't use that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh my god. I'm gonna just go grab a couple stacks just in case so I don't run out. Okay, we got it. 7:45. What's up, Sergeant Mustache? Alright, now I'm gonna start the other one. I do know there's one downside to this method is the fact that I have to go up and down these hills, but that's really about it, to be honest. Alright, let's see how fast I can do this. This one takes a lot more mental energy, I'll tell you that one. Well, it sort of takes a little bit more mental energy. To a degree. Oh, at least once I start to get to the flat areas, then it gets a little bit easier, but... Frick. You love eating sand. Oh my god. I know I didn't waste too much time when I was doing the other version of this, so I try not to waste too much time doing this. Picking sand and stuff like that. Shoot. Oh my god, this is kind of annoying. What's up, Mad Pillow Toffee? Oh my god. So annoying. Seriously. Anybody want to guess the time? I know when I stopped it at. What time do you think it was? It's not as fast as it was still fast, don't get me wrong, um but still, in comparison. No, what time do you think how long do you think that took? How long do you think it took to do the vertical? Actually, in comparison, the time, it took 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Even with my blunders. 5:12. So it's almost 50% faster. I think it actually is 50% faster than vertical placing. Even with all the stupid blunders I made during this. Marcy and Nicholas. So this one took 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The other one took 7 minutes and 15 or 45 seconds. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad method. I think it actually could be faster in, possibly faster in, obviously without beacons. It would probably be faster. Actually quite a bit faster. Also in shallower waters, it could probably be faster. Maybe. I still think this is just more consistently faster anyway, so. And it's already kind of proof that's more consistently faster, at least in deeper oceans. Yeah, your time was actually pretty close. You had the closest time. You guys also could have kept track of the clock, yeah. Which would have been kind of difficult with the stream delay, but you know. You know, there could be actually a faster way to do this. If I do it 50-50, so if I, so if I did short bursts of side by side, like moving, it's like shuffle sand, sand shuffling, which I would call it, to be honest. Alright, CS Sergeant Mustache. Mustache. That's what I call it for some reason. Instead of mustache. World editing out the world, yes. How much of the world can you actually edit out without the game literally just crashing on you? Or world edit just crashing on you? You have a new name in my Discord? Honestly, I got used to it very quickly, especially since obviously I've spent literally thousands of hours with, thousands of hours with, single player, so I got used to it pretty quickly after short periods of time. It's definitely better, or it definitely feels better now. See how Udimus? I'm gonna try a different method actually. There could be a little bit more optimized method of side by side placing sand, at least potentially. Potentially. I'm not too sure if it's actually faster, but I want to try a different method of this and see if it's faster. I don't do this very often, to be honest with you. I just want to show you guys, after this section is done, I want to show you guys how much water was actually here. Like, in these past 3 sections, I want to show you guys how much water, why I was dreading this section so badly, and why it's such a relief that I'm getting to other halves of the world that don't have nearly as much water. Yes, even the middle of my world doesn't have nearly as much water because it's not a deep ocean. Literally dreading these like 2 or 3 sections for the past 2 years now. Probably closer to a year and a half now because of how long these sections have actually been taking, but literally millions of blocks of water. Like, I'm not too sure if any person's. I'm not saying no person's gotten rid of 1,000,000 blocks, but what about 3,000,000 blocks of water? I'm not too sure if anybody's done that before. Or literally destroyed an entire deep ocean before. Like, draining an ocean monument is one thing, but draining the entire ocean is just something else, honestly. Oh yeah, this section's so much smaller. Thank God for that. Alright, let's see if I can find a more optimized version of this side by side. This may not be faster, but you never really know, to be honest. I'm gonna do like small sections, but like small little side by side shuffling, basically. Let's see how fast it is. Let's go. Let's try it like this. This probably is not faster, but whatever. Let's just try it anyway. Let's optimize it a little bit further. You never really know that this could be faster. Okay, I have enough sand to do this. If I can get a good rhythm down, this could actually be very quick. I'm at 312. Oh my god, it was like the same time. Are you kidding me? It's literally the same time. Or not the exact same time. It was like 3 seconds slower. There's no point in filling my um hotbar with sand, because I could just press up. I don't know how I don't get demotivated, to be honest with you. I mean, I've gotten demotivated. This is actually probably the longest time I've done this project. What's up, SCF? This is probably the longest time I went without a break, be honest with you. I may just ride this out till the end of the project. It's like momentum, basically. Water, yes. I'm at 3. You know, I may actually be able to finish this tomorrow. Pretty insane to think about it. It's only been 3 days, I think. I don't think it actually matters. If it, I don't think it actually quenches faster. I think it's more of a mind thing. It does help with your body temperature though. Um, that is. Also, if you want to wake up anytime, honestly, just drink water. It helps with your metabolism, unlike coffee. Just saying, people. To anybody who thinks you should only wake up with coffee. I could stay up till 3. Honestly, I don't really go to sleep till 3 anyway, so be perfectly honest with you. I could. Maybe I should just stay up till I finish this. Oh god. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm missing one. Somewhere. Or am I just going crazy? Am I actually missing one? Am I going insane or like am I actually insane? I'm not gonna do that. I don't really have that much time to do that. I already drank water. Pie guy. I don't know, where's my mind? Um, Anybody know where that shulker box went? I'm gonna have to check real fast where that went. Because, like, where did it go? Wait, how many shulker boxes did I have? So that's 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only have 7? Okay, never mind. I thought I had 8. Never mind. Also, to anybody new, if you want to join Patreon or if you want your name in this world, you can join Patreon for like $1 a month if you want to, or minimum $1 a month up to $25 a month if you want your name in a world, or if you want your name in the world, there's for 25. But if you want your name on a sign, you can get that for $7, $10, $7, $5, $3, or $1. Also, I think Kilo said that obviously he could be the one to do it, honestly, out of everybody. You know, there actually was a stream you weren't here. I'm pretty sure on that, actually. There was one stream recently you haven't been to. I don't know what stream it is. I have no idea. I don't remember. But there was one stream you never actually were to. You never went to. Recently. But you were definitely the most consistent, though. Even if you missed one. By a long shot, honestly. My favorite Minecraft block is probably the beacon. Least favorite is probably gravel, to be honest with you. I've just never liked gravel. I may do it. It really depends on how fast. Like, it depends on how fast I can make progress. To be kind of honest with you, if I can make some fast progress, then I'll do it. I'll just see. Okay, can somebody go to the beginning of stream? What X level was I at? Actually, you know what? Yeah, just write down the X level. Positive, negative, whatever. Just what's the X level? I can actually kind of figure out how fast I'm going. I'd argue my second least favorite block is probably has to be andesite. Or granite. Well, even though granite does have some uses, I just personally don't use it. Actually, you know what? Cobblestone. Sorry, cobblestone. I know it's very useful. I just don't like cobblestone that much. Obviously, yes, it is useful. Don't get me wrong, but like, usefulness doesn't always mean it's actually good. $282. Okay, I'll look real fast what Y level I'm at right now, or what X level I've been. No, I don't like andesite. It's my least favorite. Other way around. I'm not too sure what I said, but I just don't like stone variants that much, to be honest. $282. Okay, good to know. The other stuff I didn't really need to know, but thanks anyway. Thanks for the extra bit of information. It's just I just need the X. So 282 is what I just need to remember in my head. Nice. Well, that's kind of annoying, but whatever. Don't know, I don't put this in the corner. I'm really surprised they haven't added paint yet into Minecraft, like for wood. I know dye is technically paint, but still. Why isn't paint a thing? Like, they don't need super detailed paint, like paint brushes and spray paint and stuff like that. Just painted blocks or stuff like that. What's up? No, I'm not gonna do it. I almost did it. I actually was kind of confused for a second, but no, no. Like, I mean, what about like stained stuff, not painted, because those are two different things. Just stained stuff. Like how you stain wood and stuff like that. I know you mentioned that, but that's kind of interesting. Like stained would be interesting. Did you know that Kilo actually fell for that joke? Well, I don't think he really cared at that moment, to be honest with you. Um, so 282, what's 283.15 minus 282? 33. I've only went through, oh my god, divided by 4. I've only went through 8. How many of these do I have left? In an hour and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 29. So if I went through 29 divided by 8, 3.6, 90 minutes, 90, 90 times 3.625. What? It should be only 270. 270 minutes divided by 60. It would take me 4.5 hours. So, an extra 4.5 hours. So, I could finish this within almost 3 a.m. I'm actually considering doing that, actually. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. Nice. Salt Drill 37. I'll probably watch it later. Maybe not tonight if I'm finishing this, to be honest with you. No, I'm not going to do it by that. I'm just going by how fast I'm finishing this on average. I'm going by average of how fast I'm finishing this. If that makes sense. What I've done, at least at the moment. Alright, I'm gonna go real fast. So Bayou Cougars and James. I'm not too sure if you saw that message, but I put your sign on the on the thing. Actually, no, you did see it. I think you wrote me back on Patreon, but okay, let's go. Yeah, I may finish this tonight, be honest with you. I'm probably gonna get a few new viewers and or something like that. I don't know. As well. So if you guys want to stay at me do it, just watch me do this and go ahead. I still have another 115 blocks to go, or 29 more sections or something like that. I don't know how many. What's up, Ashton? What's up, Ashton? I haven't seen you in a while either. It's been pretty good. Been pretty consistent. I finished the last section, the other section. I just need to do the final section on to get 50%, and the time lapse is finished. It finished at 2 minutes and I think 2 hours or something like that. So Anakin. Also, to anybody new here, you can join Patreon and have your name in this world if you want to go check out the benefits. Also, I think donations finally work. I think the donation, sorry, the super, not the super chat, the opposite, sorry, the opposite. The real donations that aren't just super chats. I think they work. Thank you, Ashton. I don't know. Oh my god, 39 levels. Dude, that's insane. Dude, like you're literally spending all the levels to just name a pickaxe and a sword. Or a bow and a sword. What's up, AS7? What's up, Ryan Hunter? They didn't work for some reason. Let's see. Okay, they don't work for some reason. That's really weird. Um, thanks for sacrificing $1 to test it. What's up, Charles? I can't tell if that's like a bad thing to say to somebody or that's like not a bad thing. Like, it's hard for me to actually say. I mean, that kind of sounds like a bad thing, but at the same time, it kind of doesn't. It's weird. Like, I think it depends on how you perceive it, though. Um, oh god, you know how much of a pain that would be? I'm really glad I don't have underwater ravines or anything like that. Oh my god. Wait, no. It's gonna be closer to 6 hours. It may be closer to 4 a.m. when I finish, let's be honest with you. It really depends. I'll see how close I am around 2 a.m. and I'll see if I really do want to finish it, or at least if it's worth finishing this night. I could just finish it tomorrow in the evening. This looks pretty cool though, not gonna lie. Also, wait, I just thought about something. Well, I'm way closer than I thought I was. Good luck finishing this stream. Out of all the streams to finish, this one's definitely the one. Good luck finishing this one. This may be a pretty long stream. I've had streams go up to 2 a.m., but this one may go closer to 4 a.m. Be close, honest with you though. Oh, there are so many dolphins over here. I know there's only 3, but right next to each other, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, like, my sleep schedule is already bad enough, so I mean, why the heck wouldn't I, to be honest? I basically go into this endless cycle of me, like, wanting to sleep earlier, and then I actually don't do it, and then I feel bad for sleeping in, and then I literally just go through this endless cycle of, like, not having a good sleep schedule. So, like, I'm basically just gonna have to embrace it by this point. Okay, good luck. I know many people here, it's gonna be very difficult for them, since it's already like 1 a.m. for some people. Or it's already midnight for some people, 1 a.m. for some people, or almost 1 a.m. for some people. It's almost 2 a.m. for probably some people, and good luck to them for trying to stay to the stream because Yeah, the cycle's horrible, not gonna lie. Well, here's the thing though, with my brain basically, when it comes to deliberate actions, there's no actual real reason for me to get up, which is probably the reason why my cycle happens so badly. I really don't do things without any reasoning behind them, if that makes sense. It's practically impossible for me to do something without a reasoning. Or if it even makes sense. So hiking, about 2 years, 2 years and 7 months, or something like that. Actually, it's actually closer to 8 months because I started this December 9th, or I announced this project December 9th. Is when I actually turned this into a full-fledged project was 2000 December 9th is when this world became the project. Let's go with that. Yep, 2 years. I know, but at the same time, it's like I don't really have a reason to need a healthy sleep schedule at the moment. Like, there's a lot of layers when it comes to this stuff of reasoning behind it. I do play other games. I may stream actually tomorrow or something. I may stream Beat Saber on the Discord server. I won't play it on another channel. I think I'm just gonna stream it on Discord. Probably tomorrow, possibly. Because that was actually pretty fun. Not gonna lie. Because I'm actually somewhat not rusty, or at least not as rusty at the game. And I play Smash, obviously. Not obviously, but, you know. It's just another game I play. Those are the 3 games I basically play. I could kind of schedule. I mean, it's probably gonna be around 4 or something like that. It really depends. If I have a good amount of free time, I will probably stream around that time. I'm pretty rusty though at the moment, so I don't know how that's gonna turn out. I don't know. I don't think Steve would be that great in Smash, to be honest with you. It'd be an interesting character, don't get me wrong, but I just don't think he would be fit for something like Smash. I know obviously there's other characters that don't really fit Smash that well, but Steve really is not one that would be too well. What's up, Ivan? Honestly, I think when it comes to gaming, I didn't really have that much of like. I mean, I had a PS2. That was like literally the only console I played for like 9 years or something like that. um, or mainly just racing games for 9 years. Almost the same racing games actually. I want to see how good I am at racing games actually. Kind of want to play some in the future, just to see how good I can get at it now. Especially since I was pretty good at it even when I was like 11, but obviously natural skill based on the person will get better um, when you get older, regardless of who you are. At least from like low teens to high teens, or even or low 20s. I think the peak of uh, at least in terms of skill, I think it's 27. I think 27 is where skill in almost anything kind of drops. I mean, some physical, obviously that's general though. That's not counting other things as well. Just general skill. I think your peak is 27. Physically as well, to a degree at least. I think 27 is it. Obviously, you have like endurance racing and stuff like that, where you can go into like your early 30s or something like that without you even dropping. Oh yeah, I am just Steve. I can't do F5 because my sprint is actually my joystick, the R3 button or what, the L3 button is actually sprinting because it's quicker. I can sprint very easily instead of double tapping. It's so easy. I highly recommend anybody who plays console do it. Make that switch if you don't care about seeing yourself. To be fair, Bayonetta and Mario are both games that are a little different than something like Minecraft, considering Minecraft's literally a sandbox game that really doesn't involve fighting besides maybe like, I mean, I'm not saying they can't fit Steve, it's just that I just don't think it could fit, or it should really fit into something like Smash. I'm not saying he probably couldn't fit, definitely. There are some moves, he could definitely have quite the arsenal. I think 35 is where, I don't really know actually. I heard 27, at least for peak performance, in anything is, especially physical, at least physical peak. I could be wrong about other peaks. I think physical peak is 27. Like speed, endurance, maybe not really endurance actually. Endurance is long term. It could be mid, it could be 30s. I don't really know. Master Chief would be interesting. Um, Hopefully my wrist stops hurting by tomorrow. I forgot about that actually. I may not play Beat Saber. I may play it lightly. God, oh my god, I cannot speak. For some reason, my wrist, or at least just my right wrist, actually no, my left, sorry, hurts a decent amount. A little bit. Like I do it lightly. I can do Beat Saber lightly. I just probably can't do some insane, crazy shenanigans on there. Maybe. I've never heard of that game. I'm not even too sure what game you're describing. I don't know. I think I pushed my wrist a little bit too hard, to be honest with you. I didn't really slowly transition into Beat Saber. At least not that fast, or at least too quickly, I think. Luckily, swimming should help my wrist a bit. So I've done, I think, what was that, 314 or something like that, wasn't it? What was I at when I said that? To be fair, I think somebody literally twisted their wrist, just not broke their wrist. They like sprained, what is it? I don't know what they actually did. I forgot what they did. It was like they were doing a drum roll or something like that, and somehow their wrist just kind of died on them. Whatever. I have enough control at least to not be able to do that, something that insane. I have not broken a bone. I've sprained two bone, but I've never actually broken one. I've came really close, but I've never actually done it. Eee. Bowling seems pretty fun to try to play. Try to at least get good at it. To be fair, I think almost any skill sounds good for me to get good at. Oh yeah, don't worry. I've done some crazy stuff on Wii Boxing. Like I've stayed up till 1 a.m. one time at a place. I forgot actually where it was, but my arms were like so sore to the point where I could barely move them from Wii Boxing. Just Wii Boxing. Like when I tell you I took it quite seriously, not even just seriously. When I tell you I took it very aggressively, I really took it aggressively. I'm just saying, Wii Boxing. It was by far my favorite. Um, Wii sport in general. Is that a dumb name? I took swordplay as well very seriously. Sort of seriously. Um, it was hard to take it seriously with the how the tracking was going, but at least Wii Boxing had decent tracking. Tennis was pretty fun. Bowling, I would actually just get 300s on majority of the time after I remember how to do it. That is. Somehow I still remember how to get 300s on bowling. I have no idea how. It's been literally years. I played it recently with my friends just because, and somehow I figured it out after like one game. I was like, oh, I remember how to do this now. I know how to get a strike practically every time. It's not perfect, but yeah, I don't think Wii Boxing is gonna help with fighting. I'm just saying. I kind of want to get into fighting, like self-defense, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 of these left. So I go around 3 per hour. No, 3 per 30. 3 per 30 minutes. On average. Which is, you would think it's like half as fast, right? But you gotta account for grabbing more sand and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm going slower as well. Talking to chat, so. I think I overdid my attendance. On Beat Saber. You know, if I can get that good at fighting, or at least if I can get that good at something like reaction and stuff like that, I would love challenging myself with fighting. Especially since I have pretty good reaction time, I would have to admit, compared to a lot of people. I know fighting in its own right is not really an SE sport, it's like SI because it's endurance. Like getting hit and then getting back up. But in terms of just the skill aspect of fighting, I could probably get pretty good at it. In terms of self-defense. VR is quite nice. I would recommend a. You can't really get a Rift right now unless you have a good PC, or if you really can't get a cheap Rift unless you want one for like $479. Actually, no, they went down a bit. Never mind. I think they're below 300. You heard a scream? Is that Lucas? I've done something like that. It's really crazy how you're able to sometimes react to things that like you can't even see, or sorry, not see, even know about. The scarier times are when you can pick something up without even seeing it. Like you're not like your body knows it's there, but you don't even think it's there. It's terrifying when that happens. I'm not even too sure how the brain does that, to be honest. Like I dropped some keys. I think something was on the fridge or something like that, and I was facing away from it. Somehow I caught something. I don't know what fell, but somehow I managed to catch something without even knowing about it. Thank you, Jose, for the $5 donation. I don't know why, but for some reason, donations are not working. Which, I mean, obviously this is a super chat, it's not a donation, but What's up, Jason? What the heck is that question? Thank you, Jason. I just can't wait to get to 50%. Oh my god, this is gonna be such relief. I think just getting rid of all this water has been such a relief. Every section that I do that has this much water, it's just such a relief to get rid of. It's so nice. It really is, though. I just can't wait to. This next section's gonna be really cool. I'm just gonna mention that real fast. I'm gonna be clearing I'm gonna be clearing an entire biome, like fully complete it, and I'm gonna be cutting down half a mountain or something like that. I think I'm gonna be slicing half a mountain in half. I'm gonna be slicing a mountain in half or something like that, which is gonna be pretty sick. I think if I calculated it correctly. Honestly, I think my biggest regret in this world is just not starting this project sooner. I would definitely have to admit. At the same time, I'm glad I didn't start it any later, though. I think if I started this project any later, it'd be kind of a pain. Even now, it's still kind of a pain. What's up, Salmil himself? I have no idea. I don't even drink anyway, to be honest with you. It's very rare that I actually do drink. I think I really actually only drink when my friends are over, and it's very not really that much. Like, almost at all. Sometimes I don't even drink when they're over. Generally speaking. Like, I think when I move out and stuff like that, I don't think I'm gonna even have a touch of alcohol for literally years. Unless, I think the only way is if somebody literally just like brings some over. Because honestly, it's too expensive, in my opinion, to even enjoy, or I don't really find much enjoyment when it comes to stuff like that anyway, so. Yeah. Honestly, I just don't really like find much enjoyment when it comes to partying and stuff like that. I really just don't find the enjoyment in it. Like, I literally, what I find enjoyment is doing projects and getting good at stuff. That's literally where my enjoyment comes from. It's kind of crazy. It's quite the opposite of actually most people. It's really quite the opposite, though. It's kind of crazy. Actually, just doing projects in general. As long as they actually, yeah. Like, I literally just don't find enjoyment whatsoever, like, no matter what. It does normally, to be honest, depending on the party, to be honest with you. Sometimes worse, obviously. It can be worse. I mean, obviously, I know other people find parties pretty enjoyable, but I really just don't. Even short bursts of parties, I just don't enjoy that much, unless it's like very, very casual. What's up, Bumblebee? K Bumblebee? What's up, Cassie? Um, yeah, like, even short bursts of parties. It's normally just loud parties I just don't like. I mean, I don't mind something like board games and stuff like that, like casual stuff like that. Talking even to some degree, like talking with friends and stuff like that. I know that isn't technically partying, but still casual stuff. It's where it's at, honestly, at least for me. I kind of have to agree with that with socializing with friends. I mean, I try to get to know people, to be honest with you, or sometimes. It depends on the person, to be honest. If they're actually an interesting person to try to crack open, then I'll try to say something. But generally speaking, not really. It's even worse when they try to force socialization on you. Well, that's even worse. The problem is small talk when it comes to knowing other people, because small talk is like the bridge between knowing another person, generally speaking. Unless you can get on the same page as that person. Or you're trying to help the person, which in that case, I try to help the person if I don't know them. That's the only way I can do small talk, is if I try to help them. That's the only way. I can't just do casual small talk. It kills me in the inside. It's like, okay, what is the point of saying all this? Like, unless there's some point in either helping somebody or like actually bringing in some kind of meaning towards somebody, then no. That's just me though. Frat parties, frat house parties. I think they're I've never actually been to one. I heard they're quite interesting. Forced socialization is really annoying though. I'd rather pick my own battles. Let's go with that. That's the problem though. I know most people. It's really annoying though. At temperament, I'm gonna just go with temp. I'll just go back into personality typing real fast. This kind of involves personality typing, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that all intuitives do this, or all intuitives, not all intuitives are like this, especially extrovert intuitives, types, obviously, yes, can socialize and do like socializing because they are extroverts, but I know they have it a little bit harder, at least when it comes to getting on the same page as another person. It makes it worse when you're an introverted intuitive. That makes it so much harder to try to actually crack open a good conversation. Unless I can bring in some advice and wisdom or something like that, that's kind of interesting actually. Like if I can bring in some truth behind people, it would be nice. I love kind of exposing people's lies, not gonna lie. Even if they don't listen to me, I can tell when somebody doesn't listen to my advice. I can feel it. I can kind of just tell. I mean, I don't want to completely just say like, oh my god, you're not listening, but like at the same time, I can kind of just tell. I can't talk about my life. That's the thing. I literally don't remember almost anything about my life. Like I can't just remember it myself, unless somebody says something about a specific memory that triggers a specific memory in my mind. Then sure, I can probably do it. But if somebody just asks me, "Hey, how is this?" or "What is this?" and "How is your past?" What anything about your past? Yeah, no, can't do that. It's pretty negative anyway, so it's like not only can I not remember it, it's even if I do remember, it's usually pretty negative by its own way anyway. But yeah. It's not even really surface level. I can't deal with surface level talking. It's more like same level talking. It's like you're trying to become, it's like I'm on a different bridge than everybody. Not everybody, but most people. I'm on a different bridge than everybody else. Generally, yeah, just different bridge in general. And it's really hard to bring that bridge down or up or whatever, however you want to say it. So the hardest part, I would have to say, is temperaments. SPs are probably the easiest types to type, be perfectly honest with you. Intuitives are a little bit harder to type. Sensors are a little bit easier to type, to a certain degree, that is. You kind of just have to know if they're pragmatic versus affiliative, though, which that's a little bit harder to do. Or systematic versus interest. But I know intuitives are a little bit easier to spot, at least to some degree. I know SJs, SPs. SPs are a little bit easier to spot to some degree than SJs. I would argue NTs are easier to spot than NF types. Intuitives, or sorry, idealists are a little bit harder to spot than uh, intellectual types. Yes, I am. Okay, if you know your background type, then you just gotta figure out if you're systematic, if you follow systems versus um knowing what people want. It's like if you don't follow a system and you're future focused, which generally future focused on systems versus future focused on people, that's a good way to tell between intuitives versus or intellectuals versus idealists. Or you could just I wouldn't say you're gonna assume that you're an SJ or SP because you're more technically there's 70% of the population, so there's a higher chance you're an SJ or SP. But I mean, kinda you could kinda figure that out if you're pass oriented or not. Um, Generally, you can actually sometimes spot intuitives because they're more interested in the science, like way more interested. I've noticed than SJs and SPs or sensor types. We're talking about analytical psychology and personality typing. I'm spacing everything out so I can sponge everything later. That's not really a system though. That's just knowing a schedule. That's just a schedule. System's more like um something like a following the school system or something like that, or a dietary system. You don't have to follow whatever, like pragmatic, like NT types don't really follow what everybody else does, but they do still follow a system or a model. How about that? A model as well, like the scientific method. That's NT. That's from NTs. Is a scientific method. It's following a process, I guess, in a way. A method, a system. Pretty much. Okay, here's another thing. If you want to figure out if you're an INTP, how often do you actually care about what you want? How often do you actually think about what you want? Like, do you care about like receiving things or do you like giving? Because if you like receiving like comfort, like how often do you think about your comfort? Because if you think about your comfort quite often, you're probably at least an SI user, generally speaking. Especially if you're an INTP, you're actually unaware of how to give. Sorry, not how to give to others, but like you're unaware of like the experiences you give to others, especially if you're an INTP. Alright, code blue. Um, if you want to, just keep learning about the types. I have an INTP friend. He got into it very quickly, like very, very, very quickly. So like mine, an ISE user basically is like constantly about what I want, or constantly aware of what I want of things. Um, this has kind of been suppressed a little bit, but more like giving people experiences, performances, honestly, mastery of things. Especially through my subconscious, literally having that feeling of wanting to master everything. That's basically SE inferior. Um, Okay, so I think you are an INTP just based off the description. If you do kind of go out of your way, if you care about somebody, would you say you're actually could be insecure about how other people feel? Like giving people, um, caring about people, because kind of the SE versus FE thing is kind of hard to say, but like FE is about caring, it's empathy. Are you very empathetic by chance? Or maybe not very empathetic, but can you be fairly empathetic? Do you absorb people's emotions? Then you're an FE user if you absorb people's emotions. Or are you sympathetic, which is basically where you use your own emotions to mirror other people's emotions, if that makes sense. You learn about other people's types. Go look up CS Joseph, and then look up this type grid. I should look up his type grid, CS Joseph type grid online, and then look up how to use the type grid. Yes, you are an ISFP. I think you mentioned it at one point. Yeah. What's up, Somil? You're super sympathetic? Okay, then you're probably a... Are you sure you're sympathetic? Then you may not be an INTP then. Because literally their daemon function, which is their least aware function, is an FI, which is sympathy. Because it's really, I'm just say this right now, sympathy and empathy is really hard to come by. It's kind of contradicting then how you're describing yourself. You could be an, no, you can't. Never mind. I'd be surprised if you're an INTJ, but okay. So, are you pragmatic? I'll just go with the normal type grid for a bit. No, I'm not finished. I'm gonna stay up till I finish this anyway. So, all right. Think about this. Do you absorb people's emotions? Like, if somebody was like sad or something like this, can you feel their sadness? Basically, INTPs, you're basically emotionless, kind of like my type sometimes. Sometimes. More negative towards emotions, kind of like INTPs. Actually, I can relate a lot to INTPs when it comes to sympathy and empathy, actually. Feeling, it's literally just absorbing the other people's emotions. Like, I feel you is literally empathy. Sympathy is just using your own emotions to care for another person, if that makes sense. Or like, if that makes sense. Like, I'm sorry. Saying I'm sorry constantly. Like, usually FI users say I'm sorry constantly, to be honest with you. I'm not saying FE users can't, like high FE users, but generally speaking, they use their own emotions to help other people versus just absorbing the other person's emotions and empathizing with them. Wait, what the heck? What? I thought okay. I don't know what I was doing there. I was looking at the chat. I don't know why I was looking at the chat. I shouldn't have looked at the chat. Not with what's going on. Like, if you're saying you're an INTP, sympathy should literally be like non-existent to you. And basically to me, because I'm very negative about sympathy, to be honest with you. I'm more like sympathetic towards myself, which is negatively sympathetic, which is sad. Which is the same as INTPs, because they both have negative feelings towards ourselves. Just, I'm critical towards it compared to yours just being just not really caring whatsoever. Yeah, it's pity. Pretty much FI is also pity as well for other people. Sometimes at least. It's like I'm sorry, what can I do? Yeah, that kind of stuff. That's basically sympathy. Empathy is more like I can help you with this and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know. You should know if you're sympathetic or empathetic. As long as you know what empathy and sympathy are. Or next time if you go next to somebody and they're feeling sad or something like that, if you can feel their emotions, that's empathy. If it's sympathy is using your own emotions to care for that person versus just straight up absorbing their emotions and feeling what they feel. Okay, I'll explain. Golden pairs are interesting. I can talk about them basically all day anyway, so I don't mind. Yeah, I know a few people who do that, to be honest. It's kind of unfortunate. To be fair, I kind of do that honestly. Well, I don't do it often because it's pretty low in my function stack, but I know people with FI parent do it a lot. A lot. Because they're very responsible with how they feel about something. I never had 1,500 people. King, man. I never had 1,500 people. I think the most I've ever had was 400. 1,500 would be insane. I think the only way I'm getting 1,500 back is if I finish the project. Even then, there's a chance of it going even higher than 1,500. Much higher than 1,500 people by the end of these streams. So pretty much golden pairs are literally honestly what you should be shooting for when it comes to relationships specifically. Actually almost any relationship. Um, so you're guessing people's emotions and you're using that to basis how they would feel. What? If you know people, what? What does that even mean? You mean how they would react to something? No, I know a lot of people saw it. Like if I exploded again, which honestly you guys might want to say something once I get to 95% because honestly, I think once I get to 95%, which is going to be like the last section, I think, or 96 or something like that, I'm going to uh people have probably already forgotten about this channel, but I'll be completely honest with you. I know a lot of people are going to return within, what time did I say? Like 2 years or something like that, finishing this project. You never know. Word's gonna get out though. I mean, come on, it happened with Kilo very quickly. Word got out very quickly, like 2 days, about him walking to the Farlands, and he just exploded, just so people could watch. So pretty much golden pairs are your perfect compatibility in all compatibility types, if that makes sense. It's pretty much the person, your best person to work with, be in a romantic relationship, um, friends. You're practically soulmates, at least in terms of compatibility. Like they say, soulmates may not exist. This is pretty much the closest thing to a soulmate you can get to. To be perfectly honest, I'm not saying you will work out perfectly, but it's the closest you can get. This is the closest you can get oh my god. It's pretty much the closest thing you can get in terms of perfection between two people. The chemistry between these two types are just mind-blowing in any sense of fashion possible. Like, it's insane. Golden pairs are insane. I can't convert to Bedrock because they'd make this project impossible. Like, actually impossible. And it doesn't just transfer the world, it makes it infinite as well. Good luck getting my channel. People have tried and tried. I don't know though. Honestly, Ash, I think you sound like an ISFJ, just by kind of the sentences you're spelling. Um, okay, yeah, like ISFPs, if you want to know your golden pair, RC, ISFP is ESFJ. I can just do the golden pairs actually real fast, if you know your type, that is. ISFP is ESFJ, INTP is ENTJ, ENTP is INTJ. It's like, I'll just, you know what, you can just swap those actually. Just swap the introverted and extrovert. Just pretty much just take your two middle letters, just swap the introversion and extroversion, or introversion, extroversion, and then swap the P and J. That's all you do. That's how you figure out your type, or figure out your golden pair. I think you sound like an ISFJ, but I could be wrong about that. Okay, so the parent function and the child function. The parent function is where your personal responsibility comes from. It's where your responsibility of your type comes from. It's also how you develop your ego to be well. Um, it's pessimistic towards the world or yourself. I don't know, it could be either one, depending on your type, obviously. The child function is also the inferior, Parent function is tied with the inferior function. Those are paired together. It develops last in your cognitive function stack. The child function is where your innocence comes from. It's where miracles can happen. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just where miracles can happen. It's if you hit somebody in their inferior function, they're probably gonna be pretty sad. If you want to hit somebody in their child function, not inferior. Child function. If you hit somebody in their child function, they will become pretty sad. To be honest, it's where your source of joy comes from. Not even happiness, just joy. It's the soft spot in your personality, if that makes sense. What's up, Swift Sniper? And Fluffed. Wait, Fluff Swifter? I'm talking about personality typing and analytical psychology. Oh god. Pretty much. If you want to look into stuff, look up CS Joseph on YouTube, I guess. Yeah. So like my type, for example, I have TI child. That basically means I can innocently kind of tell the truth to people. And can be very accurate towards truth because it's miraculously can tell the truth. Like it can get past a bunch of lies. It pretty much can't be manipulated either. I mean, as long as it's strengthened enough. As long as it's strengthened enough and not corrupt, like TE Trickster, and believes everything, that is. Which that is totally possible for my type to do. And ISFJs have the same problem. So yeah, that's pretty much it. There's probably some extra details I'm missing with the child function, like tiny details, but that's pretty much the gist of the child function. Child function is actually pretty hard to spot, I'll be honest with you. In some types, like FE child, it's really hard to spot. Just in general, child functions are really hard to spot unless it's like in iChild or something like that. Even then, it's still hard to spot. Oh, okay, I ran out. Never mind. I'd have to say the easiest functions to spot are probably SE. SE is probably the easiest to spot because obviously it's literally it's literally physics. It's just in your face basically. Like SE child. It's pretty hilarious, not gonna lie. Being with ENFJs, having a friend, ENTJ friend, and an ENFJ friend. Quite a diverse actually. You'll realize how diverse how diverse your friend group can be. At least I know mine is pretty diverse. I pretty much know every intuitive type actually, besides ENTPs. That's really hard for me to say. You just gotta know what your innocence is, I guess. Inferior function, or sorry, parent function. You pretty much kinda gotta know what you're responsible with depending on your type. So, INTP, they have SI child, very innocent about their own comfort, if that makes sense. And any it's being responsible towards other people's futures, what other people want. If that makes sense. It's like, do you really want this or something like that? I don't know. I don't know how to explain any child. Sorry, any parent. But it's mainly just that grid that you need to follow. And just understanding these types on a deeper level helps you understand your type better. Because eventually you'll be able to get to the point, if you are a TI hero type, use deductive reasoning to eventually figure out your type. Which, that's what I had to do. It took me so long to type myself, to be honest with you, because I used multiple systems. I would have probably known my type way earlier if I didn't use other people's systems, which are way more contradicting, to be honest. Ironic, because they say this system that I'm using is not very valid, even though they're using a system that puts people more into boxes than they actually should be, which is very ironic. And they're just inconsistent compared to this typing system. It just takes consistent work to know how the system works instead of actually judging it based off of your first impression, which is kind of ridiculous. That's why I hate first impressions. Yeah, oh jeez. Dude, need to drink some water. This surprisingly isn't too... I mean, obviously it is kind of complicated at the start. But it's like, I don't know how to explain about other people's futures. It's like, it's also responsible towards metaphysical stuff as well, which I have no idea how that would even work. It's responsible towards people's intentions. It's negative. It's kind of pessimistic towards other people's intentions. Like, once you see some of these types, like, actually verify people's types, it gets easier and easier to actually type people because you know how these types, in a way, behave. The better and better the more and more you type, the more experience or practice. It could be either one, because I don't really benefit that much from experience. But I do benefit a lot from just typing people, because I get to just kind of deduct very quickly what their type is. I can use like 3 terms to type people. I can ask if they're pragmatic and direct. Sorry, if they're initiating, pragmatic and direct. That's it. And you know they're a ENTJ or an ESTP. That's all types already confirmed. Wait, no. Yeah, never mind. Or something. You get the idea, though. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. You just pick your own way to do it. You just literally just, once you know this stuff, once you understand this typing or how to spot each of these behaviors, like affiliative, pragmatic, systematic, stuff like that. Generally, I'm not even systematic and I'm using a system, like, because he simplifies it very quickly. I don't even really have a system, because I would have to say systematic types would stick to one system and remember that system. Like, I'm going to start with temperaments and then go into interaction styles every single time. I just pick a definition and I just kind of deduct based off of what I know of the type grid. That's all I do. I don't use any formal system or any system in my head, if that makes sense. It's a process, basically. Did you say I feel like I might be an INTP, but I think it's wrong because you just mix feelings and thinking together in the same sentence? You just kind of have to learn. If you're unsure, just look at other types. If you're unsure about an INTP, compare that type with other types and see how you do. And then you can even ask other people. If you don't know, understand it, just ask other people. Just ask people the definitions of this types, unless you're fearful like Rafi is for some reason. Literally just ask them, because I know I've talked to him about this and he was too afraid to ask questions for some reason, even though you can literally just ask literally people in your family or something like that, or your friends, or something like that. Any person you know, well, at least, who has seen you talk before. You said, I feel like I might be an INTP, but I think it's wrong because when you switch those though, so I think I might be an INTP, but I feel like it's wrong because I've never typed before. You're kind of mixing thinking and feeling. Because right and wrong is feeling generally. True and false is thinking. I think this. Feeling means I feel like this because this. I've never done this because of this and stuff like that. It's weird. I don't know how to really explain it that well, but you literally just ask people questions. Or if you really need to, just understand it yourself. Like if you're too afraid of asking people like 4 questions or 5 questions or something like that, then just literally study it yourself if you're that afraid of doing it. Or if you know this, if you think you can figure out this stuff well enough, just type yourself like I had to do. I didn't actually have to. I could have sped it up, but I wanted to understand the stuff deeply myself, so I decided just to take the harder route because I wanted to understand the stuff in a deeper level. But if you just want to know your type, then just ask people like 5 questions instead of putting all the time into the science if you really don't want to know your type that well. Or if you don't want to know the science that well, then you can just ask people what your type, or ask people these questions. It's literally like, I'm pretty sure, I think even somebody who's like, I don't know, this could be like just a tight grid alone could be like freshman year class level of, I think this entire science, the beginner science of it, at least the beginner, the part of it is. No, Rafi, they don't have to be interested in the science. You literally just ask them, am I pragmatic or affiliative? You should actually know if you're pragmatic. I'll be honest here, you should really know if you're pragmatic or affiliative. Once you know the definition, you should be able to, boom, know. I mean, I'm not saying like the sides of the mind can conflict with that. Be honest with you, I kind of had that problem, but I really didn't after I actually knew what my true ego was. That's good. Yeah, definitely try to use them because I know thinking and feeling can kind of interchange in a way, but they really should not at the same time because once feeling and thinking, especially with like empaths, can usually spot feeling in things versus thinking because yeah, pretty much just right or wrong is feeling, true or false is thinking. I feel like it's wrong that we're doing this to the economy or something like that. That's feeling. I think that this is affecting the economy. Like, it's literally causation. So, Ivan, just literally ask, go look at the grid and just, ooh, this is really hard to say. Just literally ask, well, you already know your type though. Oh wait, you're figuring out other people's type. Um, Pretty much just ask them parts of the type grid. Just ask them the definition. Or sorry, ask them what it is and then explain the definition later. That's all you got to do. That's literally like anybody can do something like that. Like they don't even have to be interested in the science. You literally just ask them. And if they are interested in it, then go ahead and explain more of it, but you don't they don't actually have to be interested in the science whatsoever. It's literally just asking other people who you are. They should know too if they've lived long enough with you at least. Yeah, pretty much. Wait, your birthday is today? Did not know that. It's just ask them. Yeah, that's literally all it is. Just look at the type grid. Just follow the type grid. It's all you gotta do. If you have to do it slowly, go ahead. Take baby steps with following it. Because I had to kind of do that, to be honest with you. I tried to memorize it all at once. That did not work. That is until I started typing more people. Then it got easier and easier and easier to remember it. What's up, virtual lag? You have to know the definitions of each of them, though, before you even type people, though, which is a problem. Like, I'm not gonna give it complete. I can't completely lay out everything for you. Because you gotta know the definitions at least yourself. At least understand the definitions of each of the things. And then once you know the type, just study their type. And then once you know their type well enough, move on to the next person and stuff like that. And then you actually understand how people work cognitively, on a cognitive level. Like you can actually type people within like 30 seconds. I'm not that good yet, to be honest with you. But you can type people within 30 seconds of meeting somebody. Um, if you just know the quadras, the types themselves, the temperaments, you kind of have an idea. I'm not saying you should try to type people in 30 seconds, but at the same time, there is a possibility of being so accurate typing people in 30 seconds, but I don't know the types that well yet. Because I haven't met all the types. I haven't met enough people to type that many people. ISFP, that's nice. How many ISFPs do we have? My god. Actually, just SFPs in general. There's 3 SFPs that I've seen in the past, like, 3 days. Which, I'm not surprised, but, like, SFPs, SFJs. I'm expecting literally all. I mean, I know we had 1 ESTJ, Braden. 1 ISTP, which is ASCII. I know one of my friends is the INTP, another friend's the INFP. I know a lot of, actually I think I know almost every NJ. Obviously my own INFJ. I don't know an INFJ myself, but I know I am one, so I'm just gonna count it. I know an INFJ, INFP, INTP. I don't know an INTJ. ENTJ and an ENFJ. The only NJ I don't know is an INTJ. Actually, I do know one. It's Kilo. Kilo is the only INTJ that I know of. I can't really help you on that, Rafi. You literally just have to understand the type grid. Understand the type grid, ask the questions based on the terms on the type grid. I can't really like give a step-by-step with a process like this. You're gonna have to somewhat learn it on your own. That's why I was saying, like, I told people you can type people very accurately with this stuff, but I never said it was easy to type people or type yourself. You have to understand the terms though before you even type people. But generally you want to type people more than once. You want to verify using the type grid more than once actually, generally speaking. Because they could be cognitive transitioning, which is probably the hardest reason why, one of the reasons why it's really hard to type people. Because you could say a type, but some interactions can contradict it, so you have to basically change your mindset dependent on what side of the mind they could possibly transition into another side, which is very difficult to do. But I mean, don't worry about that too much. Generally, people don't transition that often when it comes to people. Um, yeah, pretty much you've got to just use the question. That's all it is. It's like, are you affiliative or pragmatic by chance, or are you, and then explain the definitions. Are you systematic, interest? Explain the definitions. Are you, obviously you should know if they're initiating or not, at least, possibly. Actually, you know what? You know how to tell if somebody's initiating or responding? Literally just walk up to them, don't speak. I know it's gonna be super awkward, just don't speak for like 10 seconds. Extroverts will understand your presence and just kind of speak to you. And then start asking the questions. And then you'll know at least they're initiating, so at least you eliminate 8 of the types. Obviously most people here are probably responding, so it's actually probably easier for introverts actually to type people to a certain degree at least. Obviously there's some challenges with extroverts typing extroverts and introverts typing introverts and stuff like that, but generally you don't transition as often as you I thought you did, but never mind. Like if usually extroverts interrupt each other constantly, I mean obviously I can if I'm explaining something quite in depth, which is really nice when I talk to introverts when it comes to explaining this kind of stuff because they don't interrupt um, what I'm saying or trying to provide feedback on what I'm trying to say even though they're actually wrong about it. TI inferior is kind of annoying like that. Actually, SITE or SITI is kind of annoying like that because they try to provide what they know based on past experience. Like, no, that does not work like that. There's a lot of things that people need to know about the science, like the fact that it's not genetic. Literally, I'm basically the proof of that. Why would a ISTJ and an ESFJ give out a INFJ? Like, they're literally completely opposite types, or practically opposite in terms of uh temperament and stuff like that. It's literally complete opposites. Like I have SI Demon, they have SI Parent and SI Hero. Like they're almost complete opposites. It's like there's no way this is genetic. There's been not a single proof of for 15 years of this not being genetic either. Actually, MBTI hasn't even been proven to be genetic. Like I can usually dispute logic with logic. Like I don't care if you're a TI or TE user. Actually, really would rather deal with TE users when it comes to stuff like this. or when it comes to weird facts like that. But like, I'll literally try to outlogic TI Hero. I'm not kidding. Like, I don't care. If I know I'm right about something, then it's like, good luck. Generally, I will say when I'm wrong. Actually, pretty much 99% of the time. I've had my moments, but uh, generally speaking. But that's the problem with TI versus TI and TE versus, like, the biggest drawback of TE is unbiasedness, trying to be unbiased, but is actually the most biased. Um, Even though biasy is technically unbiasedness, being unbiased is actually impossible. Can be put in echo chambers of only hearing themselves, pretty much. Echo chambers are, but can be more accurate with information. That is, as long as they're responsible with their thinking, which I'm definitely trying to with my TI child, with my ESTP subconscious. That's how I develop my subconscious, is basically just develop responsible thinking. Um, yeah, pretty much that's about it. Yeah. Which I've been actually pretty good at it. Way better than TI Inferior, be perfectly honest with you. TI Inferior and TI Child's kind of a weird mix because it's kind of ridiculous that TI Inferior kind of just throws in weird jabs, which is really annoying, to be honest with you. It's the jabs that come from pride with what they think, and it's just kind of annoying in that way. It's like, are you kidding me? You didn't actually have to make that comment. Like me talking about logos and then mentioning that. It's like, oh yeah, I learned that in like 8th grade. It's like, are you kidding? It's like, you didn't actually have to. Can you at least let me explain what I'm talking about? At least in thorough detail. I'm pretty good at explaining things. I'm actually very good at explaining in very short detail, very long depth. That's probably one of my biggest strengths. It's literally just explaining things. I'm pretty good at doing it after a couple years. Generally, it's more direct stuff, but I can be quite informative when it comes to, like, this stuff, obviously. Like, I probably transition into my ENFP unconscious quite often. Actually, I'm probably not in my ego very often streaming. I would have to admit that, definitely. I'm not in my ego very often. I have, at some points, been in my ego, but generally speaking, I've probably transitioned more than normal, which is crazy. It may help me in the future, though. Speaking to people, maybe. I don't really know how much it's actually going to help me, but you never know, to be honest. It's good to know that people actually, like, you know how most people hate their voice? It's not even that I hate my voice, it's like a double whammy. Um, Mine isn't even just about hating my own voice, it's about, like, feeling that everybody else is going to hate my voice. It's literally a double whammy. Most people actually don't have that big of a problem. It's more about hating their own voice, versus feeling that other people are going to hate their voice, if that makes sense. It's really infuriating, especially with my own type. It's pretty much that wisp that can happen with our types. That's why I whisper a lot, or why my voice sounds like it's very wispy. It's because I'm trying to hide how I come off to people, or not even how I come off to people, just coming off in general, just general tones or general volume and stuff like that. It's literally called the INFJ Wisp. It's literally signature to INFJs, maybe INTJs, but mainly INFJs though, generally speaking, because it's about people's feeling towards their voice versus how people think. which is generally isn't towards how somebody says, or it's more like what they say versus how they say it. Feeling is how somebody says something. Um, Thinking is what somebody says. I kind of just made that up, but it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? There's a lot of weird things I can kind of just like put on the spot, which I can kind of correlate. Thank God for ENFP Unconscious. Um, Being able to correlate things very quickly. Thank God for that. Being able to transition that quickly. But pretty much, yeah. Just feeling is how people think, or how you come off is feeling. What you do is thinking. Like you think that person's horrible because of their actions versus like you don't really feel too comfortable with that person because of how you perceive them, if that makes sense. Yeah, I get that quite often. Actually, I don't really get that often in real life. I've gotten actually more calming voices on stream. I don't think I've actually had anybody comment on my voice in real life. Okay, that's a huge difference. You guys are that's basically opposite types. I think the reason why they think it's ISFJ is because they're mixing your subconscious. You may be subconscious focused. Sociopath. You may be subconscious focused because your subconscious is ESFJ, and obviously you're introverted, and usually introverts actually don't get typed as extroverts very often. To be honest with you, almost at all. Yeah, if you're not affiliated, then you're probably an INTP. I think that's why people, like some people may even think I'm an ISTP in some cases because I'm fairly subconscious. I'm very balanced, but I think I'm more subconscious focused than I am unconscious focused, to be perfectly honest. I'm trying to be more unconscious focused, but like it's kind of hard to sometimes. Yeah. Like people could literally type me as an INFP or an ISTP, to be perfectly honest with you. Especially if I hide my SC inferior. If I hide my SC inferior, they may think I'm an INFP, just the way I kind of perceive myself. What's up, Institute, Larry? Um, nice, welcome. Yeah, probably a good idea. Look into the functions, just see what you're critical about. Like if you're critical towards your own, what you want, you're probably an INTP. Any parent, TI here is probably easy to spot. You should know your hero function after a certain point. It shouldn't take too long to know your hero function. That's pretty much all I have. That's a weird rant. I mean, it's not really a rant, but it's more of a deep explanation. Oh yeah, unconscious. You know how many times I misspelled because I forgot the S in subconscious, or sorry, the S in like after the C in unconscious, or before the C, I mean. That's pretty much all I have for oh yeah, I could more or less explain golden pairs again. Golden pairs are pretty much like the perfect compatibility. We already mentioned this earlier. It's just perfect compatibility, social compatibility, every type of compatibility. They're pretty much the type you kind of want to be with. Too bad for INTP guys though, because ENTJ women are basically like almost unicorns, because they're like 0.3 or 0.6 or something weird number of the population. To be fair, I'm still rare, but come on, like, still, they're still super rare in general. I mean, I may be more common actually than an INTP or ENTJ female. Not as, I would have to say I'm probably about as uncommon as an INTJ female, but honestly, I really don't know, to be honest. I think the classic type NTPs fall with is SFPs. I think actually, I would think at least. I think SFPs are usually the type that NTPs go with. I could be completely wrong about that, because I know NTJs go with SFJs, so why wouldn't NTPs go with SFPs? If that makes sense. I mean, there is a chance you could probably get with the NFJ female as well. ENFJ or INFJ female as well. They're actually very compatible. Or NFJs are compatible, very compatible with NTPs as well. I have no idea. Oh well. What's up, Rafi? Oh my god, I'm almost done. I only need like a little bit left. So yeah. Like my types I would have to get, or not have to, but it would be recommended for me to get with are NFPs, NTPs, STJs. I'm pretty sure those are at least the minimum. If you go anything lower in terms of social compatibility, or at least if I go any lower, then it's probably going to be pretty much a train wreck. I'm kind of talking just relationships in general. What type should go with what. I can talk more about golden pairs in a minute, but I can talk about this is just more of relationship types in general. So pretty much like NTPs and SFJs, or sorry, NTPs and SFPs are pretty good just because high emotional compatibility. FI heroes, they're FI heroes or FI parent. Pretty much like are responsible or are heroic about their feelings, and they try to be sympathetic with the FE inferior. It takes the fear away from the NTP, or at least an INTP. Vice versa with the ENTP and ISFJ or ISFP. They have decent sexual compatibility with SI, IC, SI, NE, NI, that kind of stuff. I think I mentioned that before. Perception compatibility, I guess, is another way to say it. Versus emotion. They're pretty good when it comes to emotional because TETI, like they're pretty decent compatibility. Like they're probably one of the more common is NTPs and SFJs. Luckily, SFJs are literally the most common of all the types. ESFJs and ISFJs are the most common. I think ESFJs are. I could be wrong about ESFJs. It could be ISTJs and then ESFJs. I don't really know. Uh, pretty decent. I mean, their ISFPs are like, I think they're fairly common. They're not very rare. They're pretty dead center, honestly, in terms of sensor types. They're not as rare as like ESTPs or ISTPs. I think ISTPs are actually, no, ESTPs are pretty rare. Um, it's hard to say though. I actually don't know the population between. I really only know intuitives when it comes to population distribution, but generally speaking, you can look them up. But I'm going off of just general census of the types, uh, based on just the types themselves. I think SFPs are fairly common, I would have to say. Probably close to like 7% of the population or something like that. 7 to 8% compared to like ISFJs, which are like 9 to 13 or something like that. They're pretty insanely common, not gonna lie. Sup, Derby man. INFPs are pretty cool. Actually, my silver pair. I know a long friend, INFP friend. Um, we pretty much have like almost never clashed in anything, to be honest with you. Like almost anything whatsoever. I can't even think of a thing we've actually clashed in. They're pretty rare though as well. They're like 3% or 2%. No, they're probably closer to 4% actually. I think ENTPs are rarer than um, INFPs or something like that. I think NTPs are rare than NFPs, but I could be wrong about. They could be around the same actually. I think NTs and NS, idealists and intellectuals, are usually fairly balanced because they're both 15%. It's just a gender switch that kind of changes it. Like NTs are usually masculine or just male in general. NFs are usually feminine for some reason. That could be disproven in the future though. We really don't know. We don't have a correct analysis on the types population. We're just going off of general statistics though. What's up, the person, Jeff? I'm sectioning off the section so I can put sponges down. No, I'll be honest here. Intuitives, generally IN types or introverted intuitive types are generally seen as pretty boring. Not gonna lie, because honestly, most of the world is usually ruled by extroverted sensing types, ES types, mainly. To be honest with you, because obviously they are the front line, or that's what you would spot first is ES types. Generally speaking, that is. Even though they're actually not, I don't think they're as common as introverted sensing types or IS types. I could be wrong about that though. What, can people of one type all have different functions? What do you mean by that? Can you explain further? I think I know what you mean, but I'm not certain on it though. Could you explain a little bit further? You know, this might not take nearly as long as I thought it would. Like, I don't want to assume anything, like I've done before. No, because ISFJs have their own function stack. They can kind of emulate other functions if they go into other sides of their mind. Generally, if two types of the same type generally are together, they have to force um, the due to societal pressures of the brain, I guess. The types kind of force whoever selects themselves as the leader of the conversation, which are extroverts usually, they choose their role in the conversation. Generally, if two ISFJs are together, they go into their unconscious, their ESFP unconscious, or even their subconscious at some point. They can technically use the other functions, but no type has full. I mean, unless you become enlightened, which I'm not going to explain that at least right now. Um, which it's pretty much impossible to be enlightened unless you're with your golden pair, or at least a very high compatible type. Um, no type can actually wield all functions perfectly unless you develop your golden pair with yourself. Like if you bring your golden pair with you and yourself, you can become enlightened very quickly. Because ISFJ is an ISFJ regardless, they have the same functions. Just like INFJs, INTPs, every type has the same functions as each other as the same type. Trust me on this one, just because I know two ESFJs um, that talk to each other constantly, which are my family members. They're both shifting focuses constantly. One becomes an ISFP and one becomes an ESFJ, depending on who actually initiates. It's kind of scary seeing it, but it's weird. Yes, all people of one type have the same functions regardless of the person. Nurture can actually bring out certain of their types. Like, think of the subconscious. Like, if somebody brought out the happiness of that type, basically taking your fear away, which means you get a double dosage of both your ego. So pretty much, if you know that person's subconscious focus, it's still hard to type them, but it's easier to type subconscious focus people compared to unconscious focus people because the unconscious focus people are harder to type just because obviously they're using the different functions. They're using other functions more, the opposite functions more than their dominant functions, which is what they naturally use. Your cat smells like coffee. Like, no matter what your type, every ISFJ, every INFJ, ENTP, INTP, like all the types, have the same functions. They all have their same lenses in a way, at least dependent on, they all have the same goal as each other, like cognitive goal of like the quadras. I've mentioned them before, the quadras, temperaments, stuff like that. They all have their kind of same lenses. It's just nurture kind of can persuade those lenses to be kind of reflected based off of what they know and stuff like that, and what they're taught, um, or what they're being influenced by, if that makes sense. But each type kind of has the same lens over them. Like, think of somebody's eyes, like people having different visions, but they all need glasses. They're just different in different strengths and stuff like that. If that makes sense. I don't know if that even made sense. To be honest, I'm not great with metaphors. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I'm horrible at them. Yeah, it's quite something, honestly. Yeah, imagine learning all this in 2 months or 3 months or something like that. Or whatever, however fast I learned it. I think it was like 2 months actually. Yes. It's like it's really hard to decipher what is actually genetic, what is nurture, what is hereditary. Yeah, those three subjects are can blend very easily, but if you can understand what isn't hereditary, what isn't genetic, what is nurture, nurture is kind of hard to figure out because you have to know nature to know nurture, if that makes sense. Because if you know nature, you can know what type side of the mind they could be in at specific times or specific areas, if that makes sense. Like you can even tell if somebody's depressed. I can figure out people's depression. I can figure out somebody's type based on their depression, because not all depression is actually technically the same, even though it kind of seems like it is. It's just a different lens of depression based on the type, usual. So what you can do with this stuff, Derby, yeah, um, yeah, this stuff is very in depth. So what you can do with knowing your type, this is where it can become very powerful. You can develop yourself. You can figure out. You can optimize your relationships. Because if you know their type, or if you're already in a relationship, this is counting if you're in a relationship versus if you want to be in one. You can figure out a person's type if you know if you're compatible with that person, if you know you're gonna have an easier relationship. Um, Generally speaking, obviously, two mature people, it's never actually gonna work, regardless of the type. But you can kind of solve it out if you have a strong enough compatibility, as long as that person's willing to, having the willingness to help you get through things. Um, you can figure out how to cognitively develop yourself. You can figure out what your true insecurity is based on your type. So, like mine is performance anxiety. If I understand how to get through the performance anxiety, um, like knowing that I can develop skills beyond anybody here, or develop mastery of anything beyond anybody here, that's a crazy thing to know. Or kind of knowing my purpose of strengthening other people, to finally feel useful, like that kind of thing. Even though technically I don't really have to use my FI critic. Why is this in here? Whatever. Why did I put that in there? Even though I technically don't have to do that right now. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Like if you just kind of know your critic and stuff like that, your weak points. You pretty much know your strengths and your weak points on your type. And you get to know other people's weak points and strengths and stuff like that based on their type. You can almost predict behaviors, which that don't go too far into that, but you kind of can. You can even emulate other types, which good luck doing that. That's something that's gonna be really hard for me to actually try to do. I'm not too sure if I'm gonna be able to do that. Luckily, being an NF type or an idealist, I can talk to basically anyone as long as I just try hard enough, with my ENFP unconscious, depending on what it is. Like knowing that I either can master skills or help people in general. That's pretty much my two things that I can find a purpose in. That's literally it. Um, I wouldn't have known all of this without looking into the science. I wouldn't have known my strengths and weaknesses and stuff like that. Knowing my own behaviors. You can look back at your own behaviors as well. This is when you could finally figure out that self-realization of your own type or yourself in general. or even help other people, like right now, literally. Of I've even brought people's self-esteem on the channel, on streams, just telling them how to fix certain problems, like literally getting people out of depression and stuff like that. As long as you know they're typical enough, that is. Yeah, it's if you want to figure out, if you want to figure out how the functions work, the hero function is on an axis with the inferior, and the parent is on an axis with the child. That's all you really need to know. So like if you know that person has an NI hero and an FE parent, you know that person is an INFJ because they have obviously those two functions, but they have TI parent and SE inferior. They're on an axis. FE is with TI and NI is with SE. And that's how you can actually spot certain types as well. So if you know this person has NI, if you can spot NI, then you can spot SE. You know that person has SE guaranteed. Or if you can spot FE, you know that person has TI guaranteed as well. Or vice versa. Or you can also figure out your purpose in terms of like true servitude towards humanity in general, to be honest with you. Like the true power that you can actually possess based on your type. Like every type has some power behind them, especially their super ego, but even their subconscious. The power that all these types yield is just monstrous. Like no type can actually do it alone ever. Even INTJs may think they can, but they can't. Or relationships, no one person can do it alone without a relationship between two people. Yes. I will throw away the insects, don't worry. I just need some room. I would rather not master that skill, to be honest with you. It sounds interesting, but I'd rather not do it, to be honest. What else is there? Oh yeah, here's the thing. This is why the golden pair is so incredibly powerful. Why true enlightenment, technically enlightenment by itself is kind of a state that you really won't hit. I mean, you'll hit it, but you won't really know you hit it, to be honest with you. It's just based off of pure constant improvement. Um, yeah, this is why the golden pair is so incredibly powerful. It's pretty amazing on its own. It's because the golden pair not only helps you develop your unconscious because it's your unconscious. Your golden pair is literally your unconscious. If you know your ego, just look at your unconscious side. That's it. Um, I know I do. That's the thing. Um, like it not only develops unconscious because you can see the healthy behaviors as long as that person's healthy, obviously. Um, as long as that person's healthy, like perfect example, INFJ, ENFP. If I went with an ENFP, I can understand charitability of that type because ENFPs can't be the most charitable. Actually, no, it's actually the opposite. I think it's INFJs can show charitableness or generosity between selflessness to ENFPs, and then ENFPs can show that sympathy that they can give, and then that sympathy can reflect onto the INFJ to take their fear away of or their worry away of other people's intentions, the good in people. Pretty much ENFPs can show the good in people, What else is there? Not only that, it also takes the fear away in the subconscious. So it takes away the worries in the unconscious, and it takes away the fear in the subconscious because, like, SI inferior doesn't really care about giving an experience and will accept any experience that the INFJ gives with SE inferior. That takes away the subconscious, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Wait, what am I doing? I was, for some reason, thought I don't know, I was doing there. Yeah, that's how powerful, and that's based on every type. The funny thing is, I kind of learned this stuff from CSJ's membership. I'm actually part of his membership. It's like 25 bucks a month or something like that. Thank you guys for literally basically paying for that to help me learn more of this stuff. But to all the legacy members and diamond members and stuff like that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. He does golden pair videos on it, which is interesting. Yeah. That's pretty much it. That's why the golden pair is so powerful. It not only takes away the worry of the person, but also takes away, it gives that person joy. Because, like, SE inferior giving the comfort to the ENFP, which is fearful about doing new things. The INFJ can also push the ENFP to do new experiences and stuff like that, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, pretty much social mechanics. That's pretty much. It's literally mechanics of the mind and social. It's literally just people for some reason think cognitive functions and cognitivity. Oh, I don't even know what the word is. Just cognitive mechanics are so complex and stuff like that, but they are not. They really are not. Be honest with you. Literally, we're basically machines in terms of cognitive functions. Generally speaking, we're obviously complex with the four sides of the mind, but in terms of just cognitive mechanics, that's also what that's called. The social, it's the term used for it. It's called cognitive mechanics. I could not put a shulker box inside a shulker box. You know how broken that would be. It's cognitive mechanics, and it's also social mechanics. So if you can optimize social mechanics with, can you imagine if you got to the point where you could literally like figure out somebody's type in like 20 seconds and then um understand them immediately? You literally, it's that weird thing about, like, if you pretty much can't get mad at anybody as long as you understand them, if that makes sense. If you understand what their behaviors are, which most people don't, you pretty much can't get mad at anyone. You can expose people, actually. It's actually a good thing. You can actually expose what lies or weird behaviors that they're doing as long as you understand why they're doing the behaviors. It's literally just mechanics of the mind and social mechanics. That's all it is. But most people don't understand that, then. Yes. You're welcome, Derby. That's how powerful this stuff is, though. It's crazy. I didn't actually give this science very thought until I started more or less understanding it more, and it became just more and more clear to me. It's like, oh my god. Even animated shows I watched in the past, I can still understand certain cognitive transitions. Like you can literally, I don't know why some animated shows are so accurate when it comes to stuff like this. The types, but it's crazy accurate in some cases. Obviously writing changes, but my god, some of it is so incredibly accurate. It's scary, actually. It's like mind blown. This entire science is basically like blowing your mind over and over again. And people consider this stuff invalid. Yeah, okay. Show me proof that it's invalid. Like, I would love to know instead of just claiming it's invalid. Like these INTPs that do that all the time. It's like, oh, it's an invalid system because I'm systematic and I know every system and I know what a system's good and what a system isn't good. So, are you kidding me? How far did you actually look into the science without actually giving good criticism? I'm not saying you can't probably criticize it, but at least stop putting it off unless you actually give proof of it not being valid. Because the people who say it's not valid are probably, I'm not saying not all of them, haven't looked into the science enough to understand it well enough. Oh yeah, don't worry. You know what's funny? I actually talk more when I'm tired. Like, you imagine if I went into sales, I could actually probably do better at sales when I'm tired than when I'm normal. Like, it'd be one of the few jobs I can actually do when I'm not tired. It's really hard to explain, but it's kind of funny though. It's like most people, it's like you can actually I wouldn't be able to empathize as much, but I can totally at least like explain things very quickly to people. Because for some reason I can talk very quickly sometimes. It doesn't even make any sense. I've actually done that before, where I thought about a word over and over again. There's a word that kind of sticks to me a lot. It's not pragmatic. It's subconscious and unconscious and stuff like that. That stuff kind of just sticks. Also, forgot to mention, once you learn the science, you'll never unlearn it. I'm not kidding. If you learn this stuff enough, it literally becomes a new filter for your mind. You get to not only understand people, even though technically you're putting people in those tiny boxes, even though you're not really, because you have the four sides of the mind to cover for any criticisms on putting people in tiny boxes, because human cognition is not like that. It's like, well, obviously, because you have the four sides of the mind to cover up. But yeah, um, that's what most people say at MBTI community, but honestly, don't really listen to them. I've looked into MBTI. When I mean MBTI, I mean like all systems. I'm talking. I started from letters, just the letters. Which, funny enough, I've actually accurately typed people with letters, even though it's stupidly inaccurate. Most of the time. Like I've seen people take tests ENFJ as actually an ESFJ. I was actually an INFJ, but I'm actually obviously people type as INTJs. Generally, introverts type as INTJs or INFJs. To be perfectly honest with you, on those 16 personality tests and stuff like that. Just don't use a test ever again. Once you learn this stuff, you'll never need a test in your life. What's up? Nelba? No. No label? Pragmatic counter. How many times I've said like person or what word have I said a lot? Like a lot. Also give me a second. Alright, back. Oh yeah, I say types a lot. I say personality types, I say psychology a lot. What else could there be? Oh, of course. Good thing I charged this. Oh, I can use the charger anyway. You know what's funny? If this isn't a weird coincidence or something like that, we know somebody who's an ENFP. They rant, apparently very similar to me. Yeah, I wonder, why they rant like me. Obviously, ENFP unconscious. Come on, or at least parts of the ENFP unconscious. I do say sup a lot. I don't say pragmatic that often. What else do I say a lot though? I know I say types a lot. I know. Oh, I say people a lot. I think I say people probably the most out of anything here. People, just that word people. Oh, why is this controller so weird? Whatever. I'm gonna be surprised if one of these controllers break by this point, to be honest. Oh, but yeah, there you go. That's pretty much like. I do say letters a lot, don't I? Just letters in general. Um, yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really know what else to talk about. Talked about golden pairs. I talked about general relationships. I talked about typing people. The type grid more. I may still have to discuss it later on the type grid in future streams if people don't understand it that well. Just keep looking into it. If you need more explanation, I can try to help. I can't do everything, but I can at least try, at least to some degree. Like, I've been very good at either explaining things in very short term or very long term. Like, just because I can go direct or informative like that because of my sides of the mind. Especially since ENFPs are very informative. Like, very informative. Like, not as much as probably ESFJ, but my god. They're, like, literally just will not stop talking. Which I don't mind that much, to be honest, but. At least they don't talk about, as much, I guess, superficial things, I guess. I am not going to the psychology field. Well, sort of. I'm going to sales, which I guess is the closest thing to. I'm just not going to enter schooling. I'll be honest here. I just don't like the education system that much. I just don't think it's worth it for me. But I'm going into sales because obviously that's people. And if I know people's types, I can understand where their decisions come from and stuff like that. I can understand if they use feeling based off a decision instead of thinking and stuff like that. It's very complicated. Obviously, I like helping people anyway. Obviously, ENFP unconscious, obviously. Amazing at sales by default, so why not? And just study this stuff myself. Because if nobody's technically gonna understand me, why not just understand everybody else? I know it sounds kind of sad, but like at the same time, I don't really mind if people don't actually understand me that well. Obviously, literally the most understood of all the types, so I mean, yeah, whatever. I'll just understand everybody else just to make up for it, to be honest. If I gotta do it. To be fair, I don't really care about actually being understood that much. To some degree, yes. Why did I just jump off here? Oh my god. Whatever. Is that chibi? It shouldn't be surprising though, considering how rare we are. What do y'all consider cheating? What do you mean cheating? Nice. That's pretty sick, actually. That you're a double booster. Wait, what's the point in boosting twice, actually? Kind of curious. I noticed somebody else was a double booster. I'd have to admit, though, I do like my type, generally. It's quite nice. Even if it's on a different wavelength than most people. Generally speaking. Luckily my friends are mostly intuitive, so it's at least a little bit tolerable on general conversations. I do say generally a lot, actually, just thinking about that. Whatever. But I do generalize a lot. No, I know, but what does it actually do? Like, what's the purpose of double? Cheating. Oh. Honestly, I think cheating is, remember how I said that truth, you should always tell the truth, even if it hurts the other person? I think cheating is kind of a cop-out of trying to tell the truth to another person. Also, I was wondering, how the heck did somebody get that comment? I have no idea where that even came from. Like, how did they get that comment, and where did that channel come from? I saw the screenshot. Yeah, Mr. General. um, I think cheating, is, yeah, obviously it's bad. I mean, generally. I mean, come on. I don't really know anybody who thinks it actually isn't bad unless you're a STJ or an NFP, maybe. Actually, no, STJs or NFPs actually aren't that bad. It's usually SFPs and NTJs that are pretty bad about that, to be honest with you. Actually, no, it's just SFPs. Um, Usually have the worst about it, and SFJs, maybe SFJs, because they have NFJ or ISFP unconscious. So, uh, yeah, it just isn't really a good thing, to be honest with you. It just doesn't. Um, oh, okay. Oh wait, no, I did hear about that. That's pretty cool. So I just keep boosting channels, basically. That's pretty cool. Um, what's up, Alan? Oh, okay, makes sense. That's pretty cool. Is it polygamy where you like accept more than one person into your relationships or something like that, isn't it? I could be a different definition of it, but or a different term that I'm thinking of. Yeah, I just don't think it should really be accepted. Because here's the truth about SFPs. This is a pretty harsh truth, but SFPs generally, by default, try to keep the relationships open or can disappear for months on end from a relationship and then just come back later. And it's perfectly fine by an SFJ or something like that. Keep their options open. Generally speaking, SFPs kind of have that problem by default. It's literally just communication. If you don't have communication, you have nothing. And just say you don't like them anymore, or actually, you know what? Instead of saying that, don't jump to the conclusion about that, or don't jump to that if you know they can't change. Ask them if you can change, if they can change in a general sense, instead of being greedy. NTJs, SFPs also have that problem when it comes to other people. And yeah. I can't click on the link. Oh. Never mind. I can't click on it because it's gonna say I don't want to leave YouTube. But yeah, that's kind of a problem, to be honest. Trust is the hardest thing to think about with my type. To be honest with you, communication's kind of difficult, but obviously the trust thing is probably the hardest because of the paranoia with any nemesis. It's just about asking. It's literally just communication. Communication's key to trust, actually. It's not the other way around. You can't just trust somebody not based off of communication. You can't form trust without communication, if that makes sense. I'm so confused by that comment. Like, I'm really confused. I have no idea who got that comment or why that comment even exists. Did, like, somebody do something? Does somebody have my account? Or did somebody, like, make a fake Mentical account and just repaste it? It is hard to trust somebody, but it's based off of communication. I mean, if you love somebody enough and you take the relationship seriously, why wouldn't you? They'll trust you if you give enough effort into them. Now, if they don't give back or anything like that, if they don't put the commitment into it, then you're gonna have to communicate with them later on, if that makes sense. Which commitment obviously is a hard thing for me because it's literally all or nothing, so I don't know when commitment should happen for me in anything actually, which is a problem. Yeah, trust is hard, but it's something you got to do because if you don't trust anybody, then how are you going to? Yeah, just ask them. It's literally just communication for trust. Trust equals communication. The more you communicate, the easier it is to trust people. Like, I still really don't understand. Makes no sense with where that comment even came from. I'm guessing somebody had a different account or something like that, named themselves that, and then changed the color. Stuff like that. I don't know. That's the only way I can think about it. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really care too much about it. I did it first, but now I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't really honestly care at this point. I mean, it makes no sense personally, but honestly, I don't care at this point. Um, yes, pretty much. Like, yeah, polygaming. Sage like us? What do you mean? What do you mean, sage like us? Like, trust literally has to combine with communicate. You literally can't even have trust without communication. That's considered blind trust. You literally looked up how to find love. What the heck? Okay, I guess I see a derby man. Um, I mean, how to find love? Love usually comes pretty naturally, at least between two people. Obviously, types can influence that. If you know the type. What's up, Reef? I'll just say Reef. Is it Jabarani? Jolbarani? Yeah, Jolbarani. Joel or Jowl? Pretty sure it's one of those two. Unless it's completely foreign, but I have no idea. Other than that, that's the best I got, at least, with. Also, I'm not saying that certain types can't. I'm not saying that, like, it's pretty much impossible to go with the. What's the opposite of a golden pair? Your type. It's just your type. It's your least compatible is your type. Because it's you. Your golden pair is the opposite of, or if the opposite of golden pair is you, if that makes sense. A second. Like, you don't want to get with your actual self, pretty much. Honestly, you can kind of tell if you're a golden pair, because usually you have this weird chemistry with your golden pair, or like even silver pair. Maybe not as much silver pair because you're both extroverts or introverts with silver pairs by default. Bronze pair you can kind of find you can kind of find Joe Barani, Joe Barani, Barani, Joe Barani, I think. Syrian. Okay, makes sense. How close am I? I'm literally right here. Like, this is the wall right here. I only need to clear 1, 2. Also, it's only 1 o'clock. Wow, I'm gonna finish this way faster than I thought I did. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, you really can't imagine being yourself or being with yourself. Ironically, you would actually kind of be like your healthy self. Actually, funny enough, it's like it's really weird, but like technically your golden pair is like your depressed self. It's it's really hard to explain, but like you want to comfort your depressed self because it's your unconscious. Depression usually happens in your unconscious. It's really funny trying to say that, but I don't know how to actually explain it. Obviously, your golden pair is the healthy version of that type. It's a completely different person, but it's actually the healthy version of it, the actual type of that person. But if it's the same type as yours and they're um if it's the same type as you and they're quite depressed, you can actually help them understand them with your own type because you know their type. Oh my god, it's really hard to explain. Um what is his question? Why is it that well, that's weird. Um well, that's the feeling of not having them around. I mean, there's a chance you could have a golden pair relationship with that. I mean, just that alone, or at least a very compatible relationship with them. What do you mean social pressure? I mean, that's basically your unconscious. That's why extroverts have a hard time, or introverts actually have a hard time speaking up, at least when they're younger. Literally, like a social anxiety introvert is really a. I'm not saying they have to just respond to every single person, but like, my God. Oh yeah, they are tricky. It's always about accepting that awkwardness. Most of the time, some people actually like that awkwardness. And funny enough, if you're with your, I think I mentioned this actually a while back. When you're with your golden pair, usually you're actually very similar, and they're probably just as awkward as you, even though they're could be the most bright. Um, like an ENFP could be the most bright, cheerful type. They could still be incredibly awkward, especially when you're with your golden pair. It makes the awkwardness explode. Generally speaking, nice. Um, yeah, it's weird. Literally accepting awkwardness, removing social pressure, and removing anxiety. That's pretty much all it is. Like those three things, how to get rid of both of them. Obviously, you can actually fix social anxiety if you know your fear. Generally, anxiety is based off of fear, um, or worry, actually. It could be both. That's why introverts obviously have anxiety, probably by default, actually. All introverts do, by default, have that kind of anxiety, speaking to people, dependent on what their type is, obviously. Oh, come on, that's kind of unfortunate seeing that. How to deal with social pressure? Honestly, you just gotta know the truth. Um, it's about knowing the truth, because if you don't know the truth, you can crack into social pressure so much worse, which is also being yourself as well. Because if you know your type, you can deal with that social pressure because you know yourself so well to the point where you can literally like navigate any situation, um, from people's peer pressure, or you can just expose them if you wanted to. No, I know it's supposed to feel weird, around a special someone. I understand that, definitely, for sure. But like, it's really accepting that awkwardness. Actually, funny enough, if you accept that awkwardness with with that special one, it actually makes it better. Because remember how I said the golden pair, each one makes them comfortable based on what their functions are. If if you have social anxiety based off uncomfortableness of a situation, if you're with your golden pair, they can make you comfortable as long as you're an SI user, that is. Or my type that's fearful of giving comfort and stuff like that and performing. Uh, SIs can deal with that if you're with that person because you feel awkward around them, if that makes sense. It's really about just accepting that weird awkwardness. Because I honestly really think awkwardness when it comes to a special one is literally you're kind of pushing away the feelings towards them. But if you know you can commit, like if you know their type and you know your type and you have the time to commit, you might as well just go for it. Because like if you have the ability to commit, if you're not focusing on anything else, might as well commit, if that makes sense. Like, because you're confident that you are compatible with them, and you know they are compatible with you, and you know you can interact them basically perfectly, especially if you're a golden pair. It doesn't even have to be a golden pair. And obviously, people, we get this weird warped perception about how other people, based on our cognitive functions as well. Like mine would be fear of abandonment, or with SE inferior, or worried that they don't want me, or something like that. Yeah, you know, that kind of stuff. All those weird fears, or they won't feel good about me, or something like that. You know, that kind of stuff. But if you knew all that stuff, you would understand them, and you could just be done with that, and you can just all that worry and fear would just wash over you. Obviously, when you're in a group of people, that's a little bit different. Don't get me wrong when it comes to especially types that love quality time, like mine. Um, I think introverts more likely to have quality time over extroverts by default, of course. Not all of them, but most of them. There are probably some extroverts that actually like quality time, but yeah, it's weird. Don't worry, I'm figuring out all this stuff on the fly. Once I have a good basis of psychology, I pretty much become unstoppable when it comes to understanding things because I can connect different things with other things to other things to other things. And yeah, it's weird. That won't work with the method I'm doing because it can't. How would I be able to? I can't move side to side though because there's no wall I can actually move the sand because all I'm doing is how to get attention. We're an ISFP. Give people good experiences. God, you sound really mad. Um, I can tell. Um, give people good experiences, I guess. Show people that you feel good around them. If you know that person's type and they're compatible, they actually can give you as much attention as you want, as long as you give that good experience or um, tell them that you feel good about this certain experience or something like that. Since you are an FI hero type. Stuff like that. That's pretty much how you gain attention as an ISFP. Yeah. Like, I think this 1 year is probably one of the most important years I would have to appreciate. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much how you get types with other types, is appreciation of each of the types. That's why emotional compatibility and what's up, Candyman? Emotional compatibility and uh, yeah, pretty much. It's mainly emotional compatibility. Actually, it could be perceptual compatibility, or sexual compatibility, however you want to say it. I'll just say perceptual. Basically the same thing. Um, that's pretty much it. Like, it's appreciation of what other people do, of how they think, how they feel about other people, make other people feel good about other people. FE users are supposed to make other people feel good about themselves. Actually, no. Wait. I think it depends on the type, actually. On that one, at least. Or SE users are supposed to make SI users comfortable within reason, obviously. FE users are supposed to make the FI user feel good. Our T users are supposed to absorb the knowledge of the TI users, generally. And appreciate their knowledge for things, generally speaking. I don't know really how that one works that well, actually. NI users are supposed to give NI users a choice in things. Not exactly. Certain types really can't go with other types. Like, if you can communicate with the person to try to figure out something to work, it could work. Theoretically, yeah. It technically could work. Just if depending on how compatible you are with the other type, it may be harder. You know what's funny? The golden pair is actually such an crazy chemistry that people can't even handle the chemistry because they can't take the honesty that comes with it, because they can't take the exposure because the other type knows them too well. It's weird. That's why most people actually aren't usually married to golden pairs, usually bronze pairs, even though you should probably marry golden pair or silver pair, obviously. Oh yeah, they could change, towards each other, that is. But you do want to try to comfort their functions, depending on what it is. If you're a TE user, you want to comfort their, give that TI user a window to listen to, or box or whatever, honestly. And then TE user can actually reflect that knowledge onto other people. They become smarter with that TE because they can just kind of uh, just suck the thoughts from that TI user. Or like FE users sucking the feelings, of FI users, like FE users making FI users happy, and then the FE users absorb the happiness of the FI users, and then yep, there you go. That's pretty much how you make two people happy. FE users, FI users compatible. That's where emotional compatibility comes from. It's crazy stuff. And yeah, people put up the system quite often. Actually, not gonna say often. It's not very often. I want to suggest a show, but it'd be kind of odd of a show. It's an animated show. I think it was on Disney. Um, that I watched a while back. I kind of analyzed the types of two people. Let's just say, if you want to know emotional compatibility, oh my god, compatibility, that is the show to learn emotional compatibility. What's up, Dills? What's up, Dill Pickle? Yeah. I did not expect you to be on here, actually. To be honest. I am almost done with the sand, to be honest. No, it's not High School Musical. It's an animated show. Yeah, it's a lot about stuff, about typing. Okay, your type, Dill, he's an ESTP. Pretty much like, he's basically the walking reality check. He has SE Hero. Pretty much he's all about giving experiences and sharing experiences with other people. Um, um, his fear is he's worried about what he's fearful about what he wants constantly, and he worries about not having enough experience for certain things. Um, Pretty much full mastery of mechanics by default. Um, pretty much all about performance of actually it's more ESFPs, but oh well. Generally have natural strength by default and can share that strength by their INFJ unconscious or subconscious. Um, yeah, that's pretty much about it. They have SE Hero, all about performance. FI, yeah, you're pretty much the ultimate reality check. SE Hero is also you're my subconscious, so it's pretty sick actually. You're my subconscious, I'm your subconscious. It's weird. Um, it's pretty chill. I actually like the fact that I'm not actually going to high school anymore. But it's really weird that we're both each other's subconscious. But oh well. What else is there? Oh yeah, you have TI child or TI parent. You're responsible with what you think, pretty much. You are, yeah, that's pretty much it. You're responsible with what you think. FE child, you're very childish with how people feel about things. Very childish about empathy. Yeah, it's really weird, but NI inferior, you're very worried about you're very fearful about what you want. But if you turn that into aspirational, you can figure out a path perfectly, even better than me with NI hero. Even actually have more willpower than me in certain instances. That is, not generally though. Small bursts. That's just in small bursts, but you're worried about not having enough experience with SI Nemesis. I never said no, no, no. You're not actually childish yourself. It's just you're childish towards empathy and how other people feel. Um, and you're saying that you out of everybody saying that. I don't know. I don't know your type, but Chibi, you're worried about not having enough experience to do something. You are critical towards other people's thinking. You basically believe that you're yeah, just believe you're critical towards people's thinking. You're pretty much by default kind of think everybody's stupid. just like TE Nemesis. FI Trickster, you're pretty much unaware of morals. And feelings, maybe not actually feelings, but you know, morals mainly, and sympathy. um, any this one's pretty bad because it's like you're pretty much any demon. You basically are unaware of your own of other people's futures or even intentions in general. You're just very unaware of of what could happen in the future, if that makes sense. But you could also become an ENFP super ego, which is basically like you could become very like I'll play by your rules and then like you screw them over, or you play pretty much you set up a game for somebody that they can't win. Pretty much, it's like I play by your rules, and I'm playing. No, you'll play by mine, and then they literally kind of just screw them over. That's any demon or any super ego, ENFP super ego. I don't really have a favorite uh favorite YouTuber, to be honest with you. That's pretty much all about your type. I mean, you can become angelic and pretty much like see a future for everybody with any sorry, not any you can become or not see a future. You can become practically the most loyal and self or no, it's kind of similar with mine actually. When it comes to the super ego, because it's like you can kind of see a path for humanity to lead to try to I don't know how to explain it. It's actually really hard to explain it, but I wrote it down one time. I don't know how to explain it. But that's like the ultimate super ego. That's pretty much like the ultimate lesson behind our types is basically responsibility and truth of the matter, I guess. It's kind of similar actually. Honestly, I think we're so similar because we're subconscious focused as well, though, which because basically means like I'm more like an ESTP. I'm more ESTP, or I'm more like an ESTP. Um, I'm just ESTP focused, and you're INFJ focused, which is hilarious because it's like we're almost meet in the middle in terms of people, to some degree at least. Oh yeah, that's actually why they kind of reminded me of merch a few days ago. Your temperament is SPs. You're pretty much the artisans. Freedom-based creators. You're pragmatic. Shouldn't be surprising there, to be honest with you. Um, Pragmatic, interest-based. You know what other people want, or you know what other people are getting out of a conversation, and you know what you're getting out of one. And you are, shoot, uh, pragmatic, affiliate, freaking Christ, pragmatic. I know I saw that. I saw the backpack. I saw the picture. Somebody actually reminded me to see it. Not surprising. Um, yeah, 3D print merch would be interesting. Oh my god, a mythical plushie. So yeah, that's pretty much interaction style. You are basically the direct initiating control types. You have starter types, or not starter. In charge control types. Doesn't mean you're actually in control. It just means that you're very take your time with doing things. Initiating, obviously, just initiate, choose a role in conversation. Direct, can be very direct. See what I mean? Mean what I say. Temperament, obviously, yeah, SPs. That's pretty much it. That's practically SFPs, STPs in a nutshell, or ESTPs. It's code blue. I forgot to mention that you haven't been on stream that much. It's code blue. It's code blue. But I will drink more water though, because why not? I have no idea. I had no idea what a mythical plushie would even be like. Would it just be my logo? Code red is for pickaxes. I don't know what are the codes. Those are the only two codes I can think of. I actually didn't mean to make that big of a splash when I did that, but... Or yeah, anything is about to break actually. Mainly pickaxes though, because I break them all the time. To be honest. I just kind of realized I know my entire sides of my mind. I know an ISTJ, an ESTP, and an ENFP. It's really weird thinking about that now. So I kind of know all sides of my mind. If I just look at all sides, that is. Okay, that was just weird. It's just really weird knowing that. Like, not many people know all four, or at least can technically access all four sides of, or at least understand all four sides of the mind. A block of bedrock. God. Actually, no, I don't have free access to ENFP. At least not exactly. It'd be harder to get to the ENFP, but it's possible. At least I know my subconscious and unconscious views, or subconscious and superego views at least. At least I know those two views to a bare minimum. It explains a lot. Honestly, being with superego actually helps a lot. Sorry, subconscious, not really much with superego. Just being with subconscious kind of like blends both types together. It's really weird how to explain it. Just a block of bedrock would be so odd. Or just a beacon. Imagine a beacon that actually lights up. Like, you know, like a giant flashlight. It's like a flashlight, but it's a beacon. Wow, I only have 4 left, thank God. Yeah. A beacon flashlight. Oh my God. A green beacon flashlight, that'd be weird. Alright, see a chibi. Possibly chibi soon. Okay, I should be done within 30 minutes. I really hope I'm done within 30 minutes. This isn't taking nearly as long as I expected, though. I expected to stay till like 4. A floodlight. Did they do it with a beacon, though? That's the real question. Imagine if it was my, you know, my logo where it has the pickaxe with the sun. Imagine if that like lit up in the background. That'd be weird. Just the pickaxe and the sun. Nothing else. You can get a brighter one if you get a max beacon. Actually, that'd be kind of cool. Imagine a lampshade, or just a lamp in general. Sorry, not a shade, just a lamp. That was a beacon. Like a full powered beacon. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, almost done. A what? A what? A home kit? Interesting idea. What about a... God, you know how difficult that would be to make. Actually, no, that wouldn't be that hard, I wouldn't think. Maybe. Alright, see ya, chibi. Dude, this is kind of annoying me. Look at this! What the heck? There's so many! Like, I was not surprised, but my god, they really want to just spawn in this area. A poster would be interesting on my logo. Mythical pod. I could do a podcast, honestly. If I knew this stuff by the time this this channel even like, I could do a podcast over this science and stuff like that. That would be interesting. I think by that time though, I could at least have full mastery over this science, because it's probably going to be working in sales by that point. So I'll know types very well by that point. At least I hope. Honestly, can't wait to call out some TEFI users in sales if they're being very manipulative, or even not even just manipulative, just very not really about the other person. That's gonna annoy me the most. I hope. Possibly. I'm not saying I probably will run into them, but like, there's a pretty high chance. I'm not doing face for about 50%. I'm doing it at 100. When I'm done with this project, I will do it. Or if I had 100k subscribers, which good luck with that. Because I honestly think this channel, I mean, this project technically has a potential to grow to 100k subscribers, but I'm not saying it will, but there's some potential to it, especially since I'm only 50% done. And somehow I've gotten 126,000 subscribers, or at least 25k. It's like, that's insane to think about. Imagine by the end of this project, this is going to be insane, I think, by the end. there's a potential to hit 100K subscribers. I'm not saying I will, but I'm just saying there's potential. Or the ending stream. Can you imagine how bonkers the ending stream's gonna be like? It's gonna be hard to like chew down, honestly. Yeah, hopefully by the end of this project I have like almost full mastery over at least the basics of the science, because yes, most of the stuff is actually the basics. I'm not kidding. I'm gonna try to figure out how to go into more advanced parts of the science, at least. I know CSJ is working on how to parent each type, which is more intermediate stuff. Intermediate, not advanced. All of this stuff is beginner stuff. Just to tell you how complex the science is. Like, I'm pretty much completely understand the beginner. I basically mastered the basics of this science. This science I've been teaching you this past 3 hours. It's a science. It's psychology. It's a type of science in psychology. It's analytical psychology or depth psychology by Carl Jung. Mainly in John Beebe and Linda Barron's. I think it's what her name was. Did not know they actually added emotes. Yes, school system. Season 1, episode 1. School system, yes. I don't know how I'd even order it, to be honest with you, because these rants kind of come out of nowhere, so it's like... Yeah. Yes, and I basically told you everything about the basics. I basically told you in 3 weeks what I've learned in like 2 months. To be honest with you. Or 3 months or whatever. Maybe it's closer to 3 months actually. Maybe 2 months. I really don't know. My memory is obviously fuzzy. Because SI Demon. Obviously. Like, I don't really know what else to talk about. I can rehash on some things if you guys want to later, or not this stream, but next stream. Or whatever, honestly. I'll just ingrain it into y'all's brain eventually. Honestly, by the end of this, like, these streams, you should know this science fairly well. To be honest with you. I'll ingrain all of these terms. You may not understand them now, but it helps. I do know about that. Like, if you put terms into people's heads, you'll actually help understand. It actually helps people understand. Or if you put the terms into people's heads and then you explain it later, they have a better understanding of what it is instead of giving them basic terms. You're basically skipping the basics, if that makes sense, in terms of terms. I know that sounds weird when I said that, but whatever. I think I'd be too fast for teaching, though. You know, can you imagine if I knew all this stuff when I was in school? Yeah. It wouldn't be great for some people. Especially if I expose some people. I wouldn't want to do that though during school. That'd be weird. To be fair, I'd be like the literal sage of truth telling if I learned this stuff in school. But you know how fun it'd be if I learned. I've only been starting to learn this stuff like a year after I graduated, so If I knew this science before I even like um during school, you know how fun it'd be trying to type every person or trying to type as many people as possible? That would be interesting. And then I could spread the science to the school, or at least to my friend group, and then they could probably spread it to other people. Well, I mean, I would probably be going too fast. I mean, I'm pretty good at explaining things, but sometimes it is hard for me to slow down. Because I can explain things in pretty good detail. Thank God for my unconscious type. At least I'm not triple direct. That would be hard to do. Um, Explain this stuff. I'm kind of sad that Kilo doesn't talk too fast because he has ESFP unconscious. So I thought he would talk a little bit quicker, but apparently not. Like reading the donations. Like, come on, I could have read those donations. I swear to God. Maybe not the comments. Obviously, can't read that fast. There's no way somebody can read them that fast. Read the people that are commenting, but at least the donations. He wasn't. I don't think he was trying that hard, to be honest with you. I know, obviously, excitement and stuff like that. Honestly, that would fuel me though. Like, you remember that time when I second time I exploded, when I was streaming and I exploded, I literally introduced all 400 people. Yeah, pretty much. That's basically my type as well. Basically, INFJs can get to the point where they literally become truth machines. um, Literally the type that to actually bring truth into the world, like Jesus did with Logos, whatever. I don't know. That's basically what he did, which Logos is logic, which is truth. He basically brought it into the world as an INFJ. So yeah, talk about being a truth machine. I just have to stick to the integrity of knowing the truth. Pretty much, if I just stick to the truth, I pretty much become unstoppable, an unstoppable force. Like, I mean, you can teach things fast. You just gotta be thorough about it, if that makes sense. To some degree. I mean, you can repeat on what you say if somebody really doesn't understand, then yeah. I mean, if I understand people, I think a lot of patience, like impatience, comes from not understanding people. But if you understand people, you understand how they think or how they feel about something, and you can understand like control types versus movement types. Like if I understand if a person's a control type, they take their time regardless of whatever person says. And yeah, they okay. Um oh yeah, personally they wouldn't understand the truth. They wouldn't like the truth, but they'll thank me later, even if they can't admit it. Does anybody want to guess what show I was talking about earlier? I'm just gonna point this out real fast. Anybody want to know what show I was talking about earlier? It's a very specific show. It's an animated show, actually. It basically details emotional compatibility more than any show I've ever seen, or at least the only show I've actually analyzed. It was actually a good show. No, really. Tom and Jerry. It was on Disney. Okay, it ended about a year ago. I'm pretty sure it ended about a year ago. I actually caught it a while back. A little, not too long ago actually. It was fairly recent when I saw it. Kind of sad I didn't see it earlier. But to be fair, I wouldn't know about the emotional compatibility. I'm kind of glad I saw it now. So, German Empire. You guys better hurry, you only have a limited amount of time. Nope. Nope. It's not Bubble Guppies. It's not Adventure Time. It's not Regular Show, even though I do like that show. Didn't Regular Show end way later than a year ago, though? I mean, you guys are kind of on the right track, sort of. I don't really know if that's actually, never mind, don't listen to that. I don't even know if that was on the right track. No, I did like Gravity Falls, so I'll be honest. You're actually pretty close, I'll be honest with you. You're pretty close. Um, I would consider it a kid's show. Definitely. You were closer with Gravity Falls. You guys are so close. It's like the one show you guys have not mentioned. It's literally the one show you guys have not mentioned. Yes. Okay, it has an amazing ship. Come on, like it's literally one of the it has an amazing ship. Ship. Nope. It's not courage. That's not Paw Patrol. I'm really surprised actually you haven't gotten or you guys haven't guessed it yet. Come on, two characters? It has amazing chemistry between two characters. What's up, BJ Bundage? Dr. Phil. There we go, finally, Jesus. It's a Rag Monkey got it. Star vs. Forces of Evil. Finally, jeez. I took longer than I thought it would have. God. Got it. Absolutely amazing emotional compatibility. Like you can spot it from like 1,000 miles away. 1,000 miles away you can figure out the emotional compatibility between the types of people. Like, amazing chemistry. It's crazy. Even though they aren't technically the most compatible types, the chemistry in terms of emotional compatibility is like beyond anything I've ever seen. Also, the writing between those two characters are... I never said that. I just said he has amazing chemistry with Star. Like, god tier emotional compatibility. I've even figured out all of the transitions and stuff like that. It's crazy, actually, how accurate they got the types between both of them. It's crazy, actually, how accurate they got. It's terrifying. Especially Star's character, my god. In terms of accuracy. In terms of accuracy of her type, my god, is it like beyond accurate. Like, if you want to know an ENFP, watch the show. It's a caricature, but it's still, in terms of behaviors, definitely. Oh yeah, that's 6. I love that gag, honestly. What is sleep? Alright, Sea Reef. Oh yeah, he gets, what is it, 650 royalty check or something like that? I forgot what he got it from, actually. I completely forgot. Oh, we're so close. I think 2 more. And then we finally be done with this. Like, you can see the empathy. You can see the cross between their emotional, like, thinking and feeling functions. My god, is it, like, crazy. What's up, Nicholas? It's 9 a.m. I mean, it is almost 2 o'clock for me, so... I mean, it is 2 o'clock. Can you ride a turtle? Yes. Princess Marco. Oh yeah, it does. I cannot. Actually, I think I did at one point. No, I didn't. I think I saw somebody else do it. Maybe I did. It was a long time ago, though. Oh yeah, the Sanogas or whatever it was. Like, if I knew this stuff and I saw the beginning of that show, like if I knew all this science, obviously I knew they would be basically almost perfect pairing for each other. I mean, come on, like literally just the beginning of the show. I could tell. Like, easy. It's an easy one. Even though there's some weird dynamics behind the trio of relationships, you know. I know only one person, a few people probably only know what I'm talking about, but I could probably do a 24-hour stream. Interesting between all three of those types. You're good, Nicholas. Because a weird thing is, between those three types, there's a lot of FI users in that show, actually. A lot of them. There's like 5 or 6. And there's only one FE user, I think, and it's Marco. No wonder he gets along with every single character in the show. It's like, are you kidding me? No wonder he gets along with every character. It makes perfect sense. Even if they have their downfalls, it's still, yeah. And he could just tell the truth with this TI child. Even though he's not an INFJ, he's actually an ISFJ. Because not everybody in there is actually, not many people in there are actually logical. They're just complete rational with feeling. Just FITE. It's weird though, because it's kind of weird. It's still accurate. It's still scary how accurate they got the typing. Like with the weird dynamic between like Star and Tom. Like one, they have higher perceptual compatibility, but they have horrible emotional compatibility. You could probably see that one honestly from a mile away. But it's the opposite. Yeah, they have amazing perceptual compatibility, but it's the opposite for like Marco and Star, because they have amazing emotional compatibility, but really bad perceptual compatibility. It's weird. It's super weird. The dynamic between all three of them. To be fair, that would theoretically have higher. I would have the same emotional compatibility as Marco does, which is weird to think about that actually. It's super weird thinking about that. I technically have higher compatibility, or would technically have higher compatibility. It's really weird thinking about that, but yes. Nice. So close. Even though it feels like an eternity. I still have another one to do, I think. So I have this one, and then I have the... Oh my god. The longer I stay on here, the longer they're gonna spawn. I can kind of give you a deep depth into what I started with. So pretty much, I had no idea what to do, like whatsoever with my life, basically. And I didn't really know myself that well whatsoever. Like, I had no idea. I knew I was a weird mixture of two types of people, which obviously subconscious and unconscious fighting to each other. Uh, and my ego is basically so rare. I don't even like it's basically foreign to everybody, so that doesn't help. And so I decided to look up a personality test. Obviously, everybody starts with this, honestly. 16 personality test types. I got INTJ, and I was thinking about like that makes sense. Just thinking about it. It made sense to me. I was an INTJ. Being very analytical, I had no idea what T, because I thought just T meant thinking for some reason. Just looking at the letters. Like, I knew I was more of a planner, J. Intuitive, I knew I was future focused. I was like, yeah, it makes perfect sense. I knew I was an introvert. Makes perfect sense to me. And I looked a little bit further into it, like the functions and stuff like that. This is where the three-way tie between, actually no, I retook the test and I got INFJ, and that one made even more sense looking at all the relatability of the INFJ instead of INTJ, but I still wasn't certain. So I looked into the functions, and then I got torn between an INFJ and an INFP, generally speaking, even their characteristics are actually fairly similar unless you really know the functions. I actually stuck with the lettering for at least a little while, like maybe a week or two, and then I went into the functions. And then I went into the shadow functions. And then I went into, after that, I tried to type people, and then I tried to just use the functions, and then I found CSJ's channel. And then I saw CSJ's channel. I actually, the first thing I did, 16 personality test, don't take it. It's like the most common personality test on the planet, honestly. And I actually didn't understand it, and I like most people do, disapproved of it personally, because I didn't really think it made any sense at first. Just the way he kind of structured it did seem too simple, because I didn't really understand it. That's what most people do, to be honest with you. I mean, you get there's quite a few that actually do understand it first time. And then I looked into more of this typing and stuff like that. I typed a lot of characters, people, stuff like that. Just using the types, just the egos, because that's what you type people in. And then it was a lot of inconsistency between types and communities and stuff like that. And I had to figure out some draw line, and then I just decided to look up CSJ's reasoning, because I still really didn't understand INFJs that well. Like, I still really didn't understand my type too well, or other people and stuff like that. So, and pretty much I just decided to look into his stuff, or not look into his stuff. I was like, I don't understand this type that much, like, whatsoever. I almost forcibly stereotyped myself into just the INFJ ego, which is not great, to be honest. And now, and then I just went into his stuff. I looked into who are the INFJs. That's pretty much where every INFJ actually starts, to be honest with you. That's why it's so popular. And that's pretty much where I started. I went from that to learning more and more about my type. I had to understand myself before I understood other people. I understood myself so well to the point where now I could finally type to other people. And don't forget, during this time before I started this, I did Enneagram and stuff like that. That doesn't really make much sense to me anymore, to be honest with you. And then that's basically where my journey of typing began, was this science after that of who are the INFJs, and then I decided to look up, I'm trying to remember, what else? ENTJ, okay. ENTJs are structure types, they're in charge types, they're direct informative control types. They mean what they say what they mean. They initiate, they control, they take the initiative to choose their role in a conversation. They're control types, they try to plan a bunch before making a single action. They are very rational, they're probably the most rational of all the types. Their fear is they always feel like they're a bad person. They're fearful of being a bad person, actually. Seriously. They have TE hero, which is rationale. It's what other people think. Also, it's credibility, status, stuff like that. They have NI parent, which is responsible for what they want. It's willpower. SE child, they're very childish about performance and can miraculously outperform anybody in short bursts. They have FI, also childish about how they look and stuff like that. Well, can be, sometimes. Or childish about what they do or what other people do. FI inferior, they can become worried about their moral or fearful about what they, about how they feel. They can feel very morally righteous all the time, like cover up their insecurities about how they actually feel about things or morals. Um, they have TI nemesis. They're worried about what they think, constantly worried about if they actually know the information. They have FE. Wait, no. Any parent, they're critical about what other people are doing, other people's intentions. They have the FI. Shoot. Oh yeah, they have SI trickster, which means they're unaware of self-discipline, perseverance, responsibility. Sometimes, actually most of the time. Horrible memories, second worst memory behind SI demon. They have FE demon, which is basically where it's like they basically don't really care about ethics whatsoever, just about morals mainly. They try to shine a moral compass on themselves. They can become FI aspirational, which is mean they can become super moralistic and become artistic in a way, like ISFP. They have ISFP subconscious, which is mean they can craft, or not craft. They basically use experiences as an art piece through the subconscious to give people experiences. Super ego. Their super ego is ESFJ super ego. They basically can pretend like they care a lot, and then they poison you, you die, and yeah. Or they become super heartless towards other people. That's the worst example possible, what I just mentioned. That's pretty much about it. About ENTJs, that's about it. They can become super apathetic through their INTP unconscious. They can become super selfish through their FI, through their ISFP subconscious as well. And they can also, they're also wayfarers. They're the SFP NTJ quadra. They become very, they basically, their purpose in life is to not strengthen, share their riches with other people, or their treasure they always try to get, like TE heroes do, TE users mainly. That's really about it. They can become the most shallow out of all the types, or they can become the most generous out of all the types. Difference between generosity and charity. Generosity is usually towards one person. Charity is usually towards organizations or multiple people. Okay, there we go. Jeez, there you go. That's all ENTJ. That's pretty much like all ENTJ video. Oh wait, no, I forgot. That actually no, I already did virtue and vice. Virtue is generosity. Vice is greediness, pretty much. I think. Pretty sure that's their vice. Oh, there you go. ENTJ is basically wrapped up in a nutshell. I don't know if I know every type this well, but I know that most, at least half the types this well. That's pretty much all ENTJ lectures wrapped up in 5 minutes. All 11 videos. Oh wait, no, I forgot to mention they're also intellectuals. They're systematic, they're pragmatic at the same time. They're usually the CEOs of companies. Generally, they're stereotype. That feels betrayed. Honestly, they need to self-evaluate themselves, I guess. And then evaluate the situation to figure out take responsibility either for their own actions, because that's what NJs have the biggest problem with, NFJs, NTJs specifically, because of SI Demon and SI Trickster. They need to evaluate the situation to figure out if they have to take, well, they always have to take responsibility with their actions. All NTJ, actually everybody does, but regardless of who it was, and then they have to evaluate the situation if it's them or it's them or the other person. Always. They always have to self-evaluate themselves first before they evaluate. Because that's INTP unconscious. They become super apathetic towards other people, and then they become FE demon with the ESFJ superego, and become super just uncaring towards that person, and just kind of just feel betrayed because of that ESFJ superego. Yeah, that's pretty much all the advice I can give, I guess. They could just try to feel like good people and try to either ignore they can also ignore the conversation as well, but I wouldn't recommend this. Is give people be super generous to other people, give other people good experiences, ask what people think of the situation, I guess. What do other people think of this conversation, of the situation? So selfishness comes from, I'll explain this later, but pretty much FE shoot, what was I gonna mention? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because remember, their virtue is generosity. That's pretty much how you get an ENTJ out of depression. It's kind of similar to an INTP, actually. Sort of. So, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I don't recommend them become apathetic, because that's what ENTJs can do with their INTP unconscious. You are welcome. Are any types mean or selfish? Here's the thing about that. NFPs and STJs are by default depraved, especially ENFPs, by default depraved, no matter who they are, because of their weirds, because they only care about their feelings and their comfort level, which are obviously the opposite. It's just about themselves. They have to just learn to be charitable. The NTJ and SFP one, it's kind of similar. It's just like, it's more about like, instead of caring about, I feel super, instead of it being more about their uh comfort, it's more about their money status than their feelings. They're more about their status, even though they both have TE. I would have to say ENTJ or NTJs, SFPs are more about their status than NFPs. I'm not saying they can't be about their status. I'm just saying, like, in general, because yeah, that's pretty much about it. They're both. They're both a thing. I mentioned this earlier, actually. Nurture can affect the different sides of the mind based on nature. Yeah, pretty much. It can affect what side of the mind you cognitively focus on. If that makes sense. Nurture can affect nature only to what side of the mind they go on, not really their ego. Oh my god, finally. Jeez. That took a while. That didn't take as long as I thought it was actually going to take, to be honest with you. Jeez. All 105 sections done. It does play both. It's all about healing that nurture, though. Nature's a thing. You know people's nature. Okay, here's the thing. If you can figure out somebody's nature, you can heal their nature through nurture, if that makes sense. That's why you can get people out of depression, find people's purpose, and stuff like that just through their type. Like literally Combo King's literally asking for an ENTJ being in depression. I literally basically can solve it through knowing their type. And nurture can affect can make types more depressed or even happier dependent on their nurture, even though sometimes there actually can be a survival mechanism with the subconscious thrival mechanism of the unconscious as well. I mean, it doesn't have to be, it could be survival or thrival. Survival is basically like, I'm gonna get into the subconscious or unconscious chaotically just to get by, versus thrival, which is like being free towards people's wisdom or happiness and stuff like that. It's literally like stuff like that. It's crazy. Person's development and can be inflicted, can be prohibited. I mean, I'm not saying they can't ever change it. I mean, if they know their type, they can develop themselves very quickly because they know where to pinpoint, like, purpose, where to hit, like, developing their critic function of their unconscious, because you need to develop the parent function of each of the four sides of the mind. How to develop self-responsibility, develop the parent function, how to develop the subconscious, develop the child function, how to develop subconscious, develop humility, and that's how you develop the child function, developing humility and not covering up your insecurity with pride. Your unconscious is pretty much where you become wise based on your critic instead of being a hypocrite, because that's actually where your hypocrisy comes from, is your critic function. Because you can criticize something about someone, like mine FI critic. I could technically criticize somebody of not having the same manners as I do, even though I don't actually do that personally. I learned that one. Actually, didn't learn that the hard way. I kind of just learned it myself. Good for that one though. I don't know where I learned it. I just kind of did. That's pretty much about it. And if you want to develop the superego way later in, you can develop it through you have to develop the trickster function, which is your unaware function, which after, well, I did like it. It was kind of hard to picture in my opinion though, RC. And another thing about shoot, what was I gonna mention? I just about to mention something. I don't really know. Shoot, what was I gonna mention about it? Something about the types. Sorry, not the types. Something about development. Oh yeah, relationships can help. If you don't want to try to develop everything, get with a golden pair or a silver pair or a bronze pair. You can speed up the process tenfold. Technically, I think you actually can't become fully enlightened unless you have somebody to help you take that fear away, develop this, speed up the fear factor, speed up the development of your fear, or become wise through your yeah, probably brain lag. Developing your critic function through their critic function, or their parent function helps you develop your critic function and stuff like that. Actually, no, they kind of just develop each other's critic function if you have a golden pair or high emotional or perception compatibility. Yeah, it's pretty much all I have, honestly. I hope you're following, somewhat following at least. So yeah, definitely just look up CS Joseph. It's lagging too much because it's too much. It's too much overload. Um, look up CS Joseph, type. Actually, just look up the type grid, then look up how to type yourself, and then look into the science. Know yourself first before you type other people, or at least know yourself or your type better than anybody else can know your type, pretty much. Know your type so well, you should know your strength, your weaknesses, how you react to certain things, stuff like that. Um, yeah. That's pretty much what you have to do. You basically have to master at least the knowledge of yourself and then master yourself. It's all about mastering the understanding of it's understanding yourself before you master yourself. And then after you understand yourself, you can understand how to master yourself. And you can know how to do relationships and stuff like that and yeah, blah blah blah. It's that kind of stuff. You got the idea, right? Got the gist of it? Alright, I'm gonna go on in the stream now. It's already been 5 hours and 37 minutes. It's almost 3 a.m. too. Whatever. Um, so I'm probably gonna stay up to this time anyway. Also, I forgot to mention, if you really want to do look up super high if you want to really analyze emotional compatibility, definitely look into Star vs. Forces of Evil. I highly recommend it just to look at this emotional compatibility of both of the two types. So yeah, goodbye.